fried steak, sausage, biscuit, and gravy, and biscuit sandwiches made with KFC's original fluffy biscuits. All for under $3.95 and all only at KFC. Plus, with waffles and the Colonel's chicken fried rice, we've got something for everyone.
So visit KFC for breakfast today. It's finger-licking good.
Michelob Ultra presents the GSPN Imas Met Good competition. Guam's strongest man and strongest woman will be determined Saturday, September 11th at the Paseo Ground. Come watch our island's strongest compete in the Triple J truck pull, the Paradise Fitness Clean and Jerk, CTD and Pacific Tire Tire Flip, the ITNA Wheelbarrow Course, the Guam Army National Guard's Warrior Walk, and the Isla Imports Mini Truck Lift. There'll be a beer garden and food truck, so leave your chow and drinks at home. Who will be Guam's strongest man and strongest woman? Find out Saturday, September 11th.
Fewer than 10 people still listed as unaccounted for outside Nashville, where officials have also just lowered the confirmed number of deaths in flash flooding to 18 as search crews navigate the devastation.
We actually saw teams from the sheriff's office out here with a search dog sawing through heavy tree limbs, looking for bodies or any signs of life. And you have to imagine how difficult this task is for these rescue teams. They have to navigate around roads that have been cracked up and washed away, vehicles that were swept away by the tidal wave of water that rushed through here, and buildings that have been lifted and tossed off of their foundation.
Fox's Charles Watson in Waverly, Tennessee. New York's new governor, Kathy Hochul, just announcing she'll mandate masks in schools statewide and wants either vaccinations or testing for school staff. It's her first day on the job, sworn in after Andrew Cuomo's resignation took effect at midnight. He's still under investigation for a variety of allegations. Hochul was pressed on calls by some for Cuomo to face greater accountability.
I'm going to leave that in the hands of the Assembly. They've been conducting themselves with great professionalism, and I'm going to allow the continuation of the separation of branches of government and allow them to do their work.
Meantime, Cuomo is no longer an Emmy-winning governor. The honor for his COVID briefings has been rescinded.
The International Academy of Television Arts and Sciences said that they have taken back the Emmy Award after he resigned as governor over sexual harassment allegations. In a statement, the Academy said that it was rescinded in light of the New York Attorney General's report and Andrew Cuomo's subsequent resignation. Cuomo resigned after the AG report found he had sexually harassed 11 women. He initially refused to step down, but when pressed by political heavyweights like President Biden, he eventually did. Cuomo maintains he didn't touch anyone inappropriately.
Fox's Michelle Polino. Stocks finished higher. The Dow up over 30 points at the close. The NASDAQ topping 15K. I'm Lisa Brady, Fox News.
Hoffaday, this is Severina. Here at APL, our expertise and extensive network can help you grow your business and reach out to more global markets. As a responsible carrier, APL is also committed to a sustainable future, whether it's protecting the environment or investing our efforts in giving back to the community. Our dedicated teams in Guam, Saipan, and on U.S. mainland are here to support you. Call 588-4651 or visit www.apl.com.
Mezcla, read all about it. Check out Mezcla Chamorro Fusion Bistro in Tumon for lunch. Serving up some savory seafood specials such as spicy garlic shrimp, candied salmon, or better yet, the local favorite, snapper or shrimp escabeche. Available only during lunch hours. Make sure to come down and try these tasty specials and more. Call 969-2652 for more info or to make a reservation. Located at the Grand Plaza Hotel in Tumon, Mezcla Chamorro Fusion Bistro. A true taste of Guam.
Business owners looking to expand, looking for an opportunity to give your business a chance to succeed. There's a commercial space for rent at the DNA building in Agutya. This is a 10-story building with 24-hour security guards, maintenance, and custodial staff. A fitness center, close proximity to the Superior Court of Guam, Agutya Post Office, and several banks. Call DNA Incorporated for more information. Telephone 477-9053 or 9054 or email dnainc.guam@gmail.com.
Today at 6:06, I'm Mana Silva Tyron with a look at your local news. On the point, another day of triple-digit positives, and the hospital numbers keep going up with now 27 people in the hospital with COVID-19. The Joint Information Center report this morning shows 13 at GMH and 12 at GRMC and 2 at Naval Hospital, with 6 people in intensive care and just 1 person on a ventilator. Of the 27 hospitalized, the JIC says 19 are unvaccinated and 2 aren't known. The government set the CAR score today at 18.2 after 126 new people were confirmed to have COVID-19, and that's out of 1,214 people who were tested. Our total case count is at 9,612, with 806 people in active isolation. Now, of the new cases, there are 4 DOE students and 2 employees that tested positive of COVID-19. The Department of Education confirming that the positive cases of students were identified at Estumbo Elementary, Weddingau Elementary, FBLG, and Vicente Beneventi Middle School. As well, 2 DOE teachers or employees tested positive at Estumbo Elementary and CL Taitano Elementary. Another employee was confirmed yesterday to have COVID, and that individual was from Price Elementary. All of the schools have been cleaned and sanitized, and they are open as usual today. And the vaccination clinics will continue at the Micronesia Mall from 11 till 6, also at the Public Health Center in the Southern Village, that's in Inarohan. That'll be from 9 until noon. COVID testing will continue at the Tees and Carnival grounds. And according to the Guam Daily Post today, there's also plans to open up another vaccination site to ease some of the load from the Micronesia Mall. The new site will be at the Guam Premier Outlets. It's actually an additional site. It's still being assessed, and there's been no opening date set. But the plan is to have it placed at the old Forever 21 location. And Public Health yesterday issued some guidelines for the governor's latest executive order, the amended version, that is. The guidance details which businesses will be affected and what needs to be done to comply with the new vaccine mandates for employees and patrons. Verification still set to take place at these establishments, but enforcement will take place after September 6th, in which the patrons will have to show proof of at least one COVID vaccine or a test to their vaccination. We'll have more news right after this.
Always here to help you. This sign is our home. To live with been our friends to never we have known. Now we're banking on the future. More services to choose. Bank Pacific, where others put branches, we place roots. Viva! Bank Pacific! Viva!
The Department of Labor reporting a delay in the program which would cover wages for pandemic-struck workers. The government was to cover up to $9.25 an hour for up to 3 months, but Director Dave De La Sola in the Post says that while the program was to be rolled out in July or August, it's not yet started. He says that the program's delayed and will be reevaluated after the Guam Economic Development Authority program rolls out. Now, DOL has been working with GIDA for a single application for any employer applying for both the payroll subsidy program and GIDA's new small business pandemic assistance grants. Both GIDA and DOL programs rely on funds from the American Rescue Plans. He's hoping that the funds will be released by October. And with 28,000 students back in school and increasing numbers of kids getting COVID, the Department of Education is reevaluating its COVID mitigation response. And while there's no immediate plans for any closures, the Post is reporting that DOE is putting together a backup plan in the event of a closure or change to cohorts. Details of that plan haven't been released just yet, but DOE officials have previously said that they would explore the option of cohorts before moving to close any of the schools or the entire district. And those are your top stories here on The Point. Here's Ray with your weather.
I got a sad piece of news to report today.
What's that?
Drummer for the Rolling Stones, Charlie Watts, has passed away. He's 80 years old when he passed away. And the only thing, and a big fan of the Rolling Stones since I was a kid, et cetera, is I played a million Rolling Stones songs on the radio when I was doing music radio back in in the last century. But all I can think of is that Charlie Watts, the drummer for the Rolling Stones, is older than Carl T.C. Gutierrez. Right? I mean, that's what's in my head here this morning. As far as the weather's concerned, partly sunny with scattered showers and isolated thunderstorms as east winds 10 to 15 miles an hour. Daytime highs today should be about 86 degrees. Mostly cloudy tonight with scattered showers and isolated thunderstorms. East winds 10 to 15 miles an hour and overnight lows of about 77 degrees. Highs today should be about 85 degrees. And it doesn't happen very often, but yesterday I was cursing the gods of the weather because yesterday it was so thundering and lightning that it set off every car alarm in the neighborhood. Every single one of them was going off yesterday, and it is kind of impossible to sleep through some of that kind of thing. So you just turn up the radio, turn up the television, and see if that drowns out the sound. Tomorrow and Friday, mostly cloudy, isolated showers in the forecast, maybe on some thunderstorms. Look like we're stuck in this cycle here for another few days. East winds up to about 15 miles an hour. Lows 78, highs 87 degrees. Sunrise this morning was at 6:09. I got some pictures from Pirates Cove, and I think these shots were taken like right at 6:09 as the sun was coming up, and it was still kind of steely outside this morning. Not a whole lot by way of color, not a whole lot by way of the actual sun coming up in those shots. Maybe Jeff will take some more. I don't know. If you got some great sunrise pics or some incredible sunset pics from last night when you weren't going out and eating dinner anywhere, go ahead and send me some of those on the meme machine. Sunset tonight's going to be at 6:36. Hashtag tell the others. That's news and weather together. Brought to you by Bank Pacific. Banking on the Pacific for 67 years.
Here at Guam Auto Spot, we have the best selection in Buick, GMC, Mitsubishi, and used cars. Like the 2021 Mitsubishi Mirage. As low as $127 per paycheck, 0 down. Or this 2021 Buick Encore. As low as $237 per paycheck, 0 down for 72 months. Call 478-AUTO to schedule a test drive or get pre-approved online at guamautospot.com.
Here's a hot deal. Head to Payology Deredo or Tumuni and order 2 or more of your favorite Payology pizzas today and get a free 2-liter Pepsi bottle when you dine in. Visit them today from 11 a.m. to 9 p.m. Promo is valid at both locations for dine-in only. Payology Pizzeria in Deredo and Tumuni, your place for delicious customizable pizzas. Also ask about having your special fundraiser at Payology.
Oh, it sounds like a great idea, doesn't it? 888-825-5888-TAOK is the telephone number. Ray Gibson Show until what? We're going to be done at 10, right? That's the plan? 3 solid hours of talk radio goodness? All right, and it's brought to you by APL, American President Lines, a global presence with a local home. Also being brought to you by the team over at Docomo. Now at the house, you got a plan here that you get the internet and you get some phone service and you get TVs and TiVo and all of this kind of stuff. And I don't know if you've ever worked it out, but they've got a bundle plan for home users. Well, they've also got a bundle plan for businesses. Same deal. The more services that you add, the more money you save with the guys over at Docomo Pacific Business.
The Ray Gibson Show. Morning talk that matters. Call now. 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
This is Dennis Larson on the screen. B. Dennis Larson. Carpe Diem. Wait, I tried to get that right. It's Carpe Diem, right? All right, be right back. Yeah. After 6 o'clock in the morning, welcome to the program. Excuse the mess, it is the Ray Gibson Show. I think I'm going to leave the image of Dennis Larson carping the gunmo at his place this morning as he ponders the sunrise on another beautiful day here on Guam. And it is. You know what? Here's the thing. There's got to be a positive note as we get started through the day. And yeah, there's all kinds of crap coming out of Adelup, and you're sitting here going, wait a second, this doesn't feel like it has anything to do with data and science. If we can change things around as rapidly as they did, maybe it's all about just conformance and all of that. But even still, even that, what was Mana saying? That there's a backup plan over at the Department of Education?
It sounds like it.
We have a plan B. I thought there was no plan B. There is. It's only got plan A. It's a holy war, and God is on our side. Mm-hmm. But apparently they've got a plan
well,
B.
you always have to have a plan B.
There is a plan B. It's over the counter.
There's always
You're right. Thank you very much.
The DOE has been very consistent in saying that closures are going to be the very last resort. So they're going to look at cohorts and other options.
Yeah. Well,
But this is according to the Guam Daily Post. They did a story.
But the little kids aren't making each other sick. I mean, that's all. They're coming in with community spread from the house, and apparently the little kids are going to karaoke bars, and nobody's seeing this. I mean, they must be sneaking in the back entrances and things like that. But they haven't said what that backup plan is.
No details.
Okay, got it. Just
The Post is on it. We'll just keep.
Oh, the Post is on it?
Oh, yeah.
You know who I want to talk to over at the Post? I sent him at least I think I sent him a thing. Is Phil Leon Guerrero, because he's been doing a good job. He's actually been trying to figure out some answers available. This is the title of his page 2 article. Some answers available, but clarity is still needed on revised vaccine mandates. Right? Because it's like they just throw this stuff out there, and from the governor's office, and then DPHSS comes out with their guidance memos, and then you're supposed to just understand what all of that stuff means. Like we were there when we wrote this stuff, and clearly there's some things in there that have got people scratching their head and wondering about. One of them is, and everybody knows I don't need the vaccine. At least I don't think I do. But anyway, I don't need the vaccine, and I don't know that I qualify for any kind of medical exemptions. But is it possible, Montesilva Tyron, that I might qualify for a religious exemption? Can I say on religious grounds that my God, my version of God, big voice in the sky, flowing robes, rays above the halo in the head. Wait a second, let me put this Dennis Larson picture back up. There we go. Is it possible that my version of a God says no to the vaccine? Is it can I get away with that? Now, apparently there is a method that you can do. You can send them a request for a religious exemption. But I'm wondering what happens. I mean, do they just, will they rubber stamp that? Or?
You have to get it notarized by Polly Mike.
Is there a guy over at Public Health?
Because you did declare him last week as your pastor, right?
I did, right?
We want to see your Ash Wednesday pictures, man. Did it really happen?
Oh, I have one.
My Ash Wednesday picture.
It's the one with the P word.
Yeah, it's the one where the priest writes "puta" on my head.
That was yours.
I don't know. Will there be a guy over at Public Health that's sitting around there going, I never see Raymond in church. He never goes. Dude, I go to the Latin Mass. That's why you never see me. What can I say? And apparently those are going underground as well, according to somebody that I heard that was, super Latin Massy.
They're stopping them, man.
Are they, right?
Yeah,
I mean, that's what
they're
you're
stopping
hearing?
them, yeah.
Because
out of the program. Because
the Pope doesn't want it.
Yeah, the Pope.
The Pope actually put out
came
the
down from the
notice.
top.
It sure did.
Wow. Well, all of this while we're sitting around battling COVID-19 and vaccine mandates.
The Pope put out the directive that putting an end to Latin masses. I don't know.
Why?
I don't remember.
Did he doesn't speak Latin? I mean, he's more like there's a book that you can get. There's actually a lot of books that you can get that will help guide you through the Latin Mass.
Stone, man.
Because if you're just a regular Mass going person, the Latin Mass feels like it's from another planet.
Well, I went to the Philippines and I got confirmed, and the whole Mass was completely in Tagalog. But you go to Mass regularly, you know what's happening.
Not at Latin Mass. That was among my father's last wish. You'll recall was that we go to a Latin Mass for as part of the funeral thing, and I think that was his attempt the one last kind of torture on the kids is that you're going. I had to go to Latin Mass. Now you have to go to at least one Latin Mass. Anyway, interesting stuff that we're talking about here this morning. I don't know how much of it is going to last all the way through the program. 888-825-5888-TALK. I wonder who gets that when the phone rings.
I get it.
You get that. Real Joe gets that?
Yes.
Oh, that's just awesome. Real Joe's going to do that. Other ways that you can communicate with us, including YouTube and Facebook. Now, I don't want to see if there's anybody hanging out already on the YouTube. We got Adonis Mendiola. Who was there? I saw Adonis yesterday waving his flag over at the Marine Corps Drive.
Oh, nice.
At the governor's office, where there must have been a couple of hundred people up there on both sides of the road that were protesting. And people say, what are you protesting? I say, everything.
Yeah.
Just everything.
I saw American flags.
Right.
And kids.
There were a lot of kids out there. We had a lot of kids. And a lot of kids were actually into it, actually understood what was going on because there are more than one of them under the age of 12 and more than one of them over the age of 12 that have been kicked off their teams because they're not vaccinated and they wanted to have something to say about all of that. So it's good to have all of the kids out there with the parents. Island Smooth on YouTube Live talking about BLM protest fine, but masses are a super spreader event. Oh, is that one of the reasons why they're not doing Latin mass because it's super spreading? I'm just,
Here we go.
folks. I'm just trying to make connections here.
When you're speaking in tongues.
Yeah. Okay, gotcha. Like I said, Adonis online here this morning and saying thank you very much to all who came to the protest yesterday. I was there. I went to go protest because it's been a long time since people have seen me in those shorts. So I'm out there.
Thanks, Ree.
I didn't have a sign, but I had my cell phone. And just waving at everybody like it was bota. But I was having a good time. And now in protest past, there's a lot of people honking the horns, and there were a lot of people honking the horns yesterday. But as usual, every once in a while somebody will drive by in a Prius. You know the kind, right?
Yeah.
Like I'm better than you. I know better than you. I'm a Prius driving elite, and what you guys are doing, you need just get vaccinated because everybody should get vaccinated. Whatever, right? So I see these guys, and they're doing. But there was one guy, and I had to laugh because it was like super Gela voice. Right? He's driving down, he's got the windows rolled down, and in the most Gela voice there was, I already got both shots. And he rolls up the window. What a Kyle. And I'm going, good. And he thought like it was an insult to us. We're like, good for you. It's freedom of choice. If you had both your shots, wonderful. Absolutely great, Gela man. I'm glad that you got your shots. Go over there and hang out with the Prius driver. But the guys, it was like an insult, but we're all up there basically protesting for his freedom and ours as well.
A lot of jabs coming from them.
A lot of jabs coming from those Prius driving Capri wearing. Gela man. There's an old song from Eric Clapton. You remember Forever Man?
No, I don't.
Forever Man. Which is Gela Man. Anyway, Monticello Tire, and you're going to take care of news and information and all that for me, right? What you eating? Nothing. The talk radio here, not eat radio, just FYI. 888-825-5888-TALK. 988-5874. That's the other way you can get a hold of me. The main machine, obviously, is online. You can tell because we got pictures from Pirates Cove. We've got, who's that guy? Dennis Larson. And please, everybody, I know your first instinct. When you heard that there was COVID in Palau, you all thought, frickin' Larson.
Yeah.
Dennis Larson went down there, the RAS. The big Napoleon Rest. Now it's COVID-19 because Dennis Larson went down there. But I think he was like, oh, that's nice. Sunset from yesterday. This is from Gemma's phone, Gemma SB's phone. That's nice. There's another just a gorgeous picture that we've got playing around. So 988-5874 if you've got some more of those. Hey, have you got pictures of empty restaurants and bars that you were at yesterday? I'd love to get those as well. Somebody sent me a picture of I want to say it was Nana's down in Tumon. Yeah, empty. Front yard over at Carabao, which should have been packed. Tuesday night, they're always packed over at the front yard of Carabao. Nope. But that's not to say that every bar and restaurant was empty yesterday. Apparently, Moses was doing pretty good, and so was, for some reason, Subway. I got a note from Sheriff. Said, well, Subway's looking pretty good.
You brought up Moses, and it really kind of it reminded me of a story I saw on KUAM last night. And Mo was interviewed.
Yeah.
And man, it's just such a bummer that people are going out there and taking it out on the workers because they're enforcing this policy that is not their fault. I mean, be kind to these guys. They're just trying to keep the operation going. And
well, no. But that's not their job. The plan has got to get made at some point. That's not what they were supposed to do. But people are showing up and
yelling at workers and treating them badly. That's really unnecessary. It's not their fault.
It's unnecessary because it's a stupid policy that was put in place by ADLU.
But then again,
ADLU should be sending people from public health down there.
Don't shoot the messenger.
Well, Adeloop should be sending people down, and if you want people to check for vaccination before you walk into a restaurant, let that be your guy. Let one of your stooges from DEH stand at the door and look at the vaccination cards. You know why are we forced?
But be nice to these workers.
9.25.
Don't go to these establishments if you're just looking for a fight.
Yeah,
because
man.
you know they're going to enforce this. They have to, otherwise they will be closed.
Right, but my
yell
point
at the
is
employee.
they shouldn't. We shouldn't have even put
Of
them in that
course,
position.
Yeah, you shouldn't have to, but that's no reason to go.
I mean, all of a
and
sudden,
look to fight with these workers.
Well,
that
I
are
don't
just
know the
doing
people.
their job.
I saw the same interview. I don't know that anybody
Yeah.
was going there just to get into a scrap. I heard that there were a couple of scraps over at King's. You know, guys doing the same. Hey. You know, were you to tell me I can't come in? I'm sorry. We're just doing this because it's the lady at the governor's office that thinks it's a good idea that we check all of our customers for vaccine cards. Now, if you don't want to show your vaccine card, could you just sign over here that says that you've got your first vaccination?
Yeah.
And the guy's going to say, "Well, I didn't." And they can say, "But could you just sign over here? Nudge, nudge, wink, wink. Could you just sign over here that says you got your first vaccination so we can end this drama?" In which case, what is it that we're trying to accomplish? What is it really that we're trying to accomplish? And it just seems to me that, well, they're doing it in Hawaii, or they're doing it in New York, or they're doing it in Oregon, or and Washington and San Francisco. So we ought to be doing it here, right? I look so good. Can I get a bumper sticker for my
You
Prius?
know, if I worked at a restaurant and I had to listen to you guys,
Make sure you tip that
I
back
would
bouncer.
totally just call in sick. I'd be like, you know, I
Every
don't want
day.
to deal with this.
Welcome
It's
to my
just
life.
nonsense.
Now I gotta do a shout to. We'll get into this. Speaking, these are people who will not fight with you and your door people at your restaurants.
Sometimes you wanna go where everybody knows your
We just won't go.
And they're always glad you came. You wanna be where you can see our troubles are all the same. You wanna be where everybody knows your name. You wanna go where people know people are all the same. You wanna go where everybody knows your name.
Dennis says, "Well, Kings let the robber sit down." Oh, now first of all, they didn't know he was a robber, and I don't think the governor's
They didn't have a
mandate was-
verification for robbery.
I think they had something like that going.
Show your police clearance.
That's in the next executive order.
6:28 in the morning, and I'm trying to figure out how to do this. Marlu Berseman sent me a screen cap of her phone that shows very clearly that she is #1 on the Facebook Live. But my phone says Rico Blankenfleur and Colin Clark came in first and second. But you're in there. You're in the top 5 no matter what. Brad Wood going high. Marlu Berseman is there. Nate Horn. Good morning. Mark Cruz doing his way. Felix Bumba. Hoffa Pam Duval, the mom of the show. Always good to have you here. How's Millie doing? Millie is all right. We need a Millie check here this morning. We got Ismail Velez with multiple red balloons. Dennis Larson, you can tell, is online. Post Canteen saying, "Good morning, Ack." I think he was trying to say all.
Oh,
but,
nice.
but you're like me. The K's and the L's are too close together on the phone. I got, let me see here. As I said, Colin is on. Jerome McDonald saying good morning to Guam. JB St. Nicholas online. Henry Manglonia. Kevin Brown Sr. In the house saying hi, Kenny. Good to have Adonis Mendiola hanging out with us this morning, yelling freedom. And he was yelling freedom yesterday. There was like a benediction, I think, when it was all done.
Yeah.
They started. It was. Can I say how weird this was? Because last year, apparently there have been some changes. Last year, when the groups are organizing protests over at the governor's office, we all met like at the gas station across the street, or in the derelict Bank of Guam. That's the building that's still there. Hey, can we take that over? Can we make that homeless shelter?
Yeah.
I mean, it's not a bank or anything. In fact, the other one down on O'Brien Drive isn't being used either.
No.
Yeah, but anyway. I digress. That was the rally point, but the rally point yesterday was actually at the bandstand over at the governor's complex, which freaked me out. And then afterwards, there was a benediction. I think they sang Kumbaya and did some prayers. Me and Brad were sitting in the back of my truck drinking beer. So sorry about that, Adonis. We missed that. We had our own little private post protest celebration. There's pretty Sarita Garin online here this morning, and let me see, Anthony Bennett, Luan Duenas. I got a chance to. it's so nice to be able to put faces with names, and it's so awesome because some of you are even prettier in person than you are on your Facebook profiles. Sarah Lake was there last night.
Oh, wow, nice.
And saying good morning, another beautiful day here on The Point. Thank you, Ray, for coming out and showing your support. Let us not grow weary. Nah, it's okay. As long as there's a payoff. And as more than one or two people said, there was some outstanding talent over at the protest yesterday. That's all I'm going to say about that. Yes, Real Joe. Yes, you should have come by. Lorna Anikas was there yesterday. Lorna, like myself, not for whatever reasons, wanting to get vaccinated, and the kids were out there helping her with the protest. That was nice. Did I already say Joe Dizon and Anthony Bennett, Lujan Duenas, Joey Kitchitu, good morning to you, and KLB Guame, Catalina Pinaula Rios saying good morning, Ray, Gibson, Mana Joe, and The Point. Awesome to have you there. Kevin Brown says, I haven't seen my brother in almost 50 years. Left in 1972. I see him on Facebook, but that's not the Sam. Go USA. You're moving around here. How many Kevin Browns do we need on the program here? We got a senior, we got a junior, we got a backup, and a primary, and that's I think all we need. Greetings again from Sarah Roland Torres saying good morning, Viet Guam, Bren Acovera. Alpha, good morning, Ray. Well, it's good to have you online here this morning. Tell all your friends. Zoan Taitanu is there. Greg Kaiser. Alpha to you. Rudy Rodolfo Jr., that's the original Burger King, is online here today. And I don't believe that you need a Vax card to go through the drive-thru over at the BK and get that fantastic breakfast that they've got there. Gemma saying good morning, and everybody. Happy Wednesday. It seemed like there was a great turnout at the 5 p.m. protest yesterday. And even more people, I think, that chimed in. Note from Bob Klitsky, all those horn honks came from tailgaters, just saying. Good morning. To the Point from Graham, Washington. Duck in the house for all the fun that's going on here. God, can you imagine, if, as much fun as it is here on Guam, can you imagine how much fun it is in Washington State with the crazy leadership that they've got out there as well? But I'll bet you, and here's the thing, they don't have talk show like this one in Washington.
No.
They don't have anything like that up in Seattle.
No.
Josh Desiree Lasonko. Hey, Jane Nauta, good to see you there online. Who else is playing around on the thing here? I'm starting to get repeats here of people that are watching. James Vega. Good morning, everyone. Can't this critical race theory, that's what's on my mind. Probably not going to be on mine. I'm not, I don't pay that much attention to it because it really doesn't make any difference to me. Rachel Jordan, actually, someone recently tried to fight Mo in her restaurant because she told him he needed to put his mask on while not seated. True story. Rach, she's actually told me the same thing. And a couple of times, because I'll it's like I'm sitting down at the table and I'm chewing on my Tinatla Kutney, and then I see, hey, there's Real Joe over there. And I just get up there like I'm campaigning, like I'm Joanne Camacho, walking around the room. Hey, Real Joe, look, there's Mana Silvertime. And just go walk around, and Mo's like, Ray, mask.
Yeah.
Like, it's the same, like your pants are down. Your townhouse is open. Put the mask on. Okay. But I wouldn't fight her, proprietor.
Well,
She
of course
just
not. She'd
trying not to get fined over in the place. Jose Martinez said the bank robber had an actual Vax card. Mark Voigtland is online. Big Sister Shelley saying, nice shirt, Mong. Oh, you like it? You like the shirt?
Oh, wow. Yeah, it is a nice shirt.
Stitch Fix came in yesterday.
Wow, what is that? What?
It's bananas.
They're bananas.
I thought it was Pugwa.
B-A-N-A-N-A-S.
Right?
Yes.
But they also said...
You thought it was Pugwa?
I thought it was Pugwa.
Kind of looks the same. But anyway, so Stitch Fix is awesome. And they're my clothing service. And I've told you, everybody, how Stitch Fix works. But in the shipment yesterday, they sent me a wool sweater.
Oh, it's getting colder.
And I've already told them. I said, look, I'm 13 degrees above the equator. Don't send me jackets. Don't send me sweaters. And they send me this. It's beautiful. It's a blue wool kind of cashmere looking thing. And I wrote them back. Now, if you send with Stitch Fix, if you send something back, you miss out on a 25% discount. And so I wrote Stitch Fix yesterday, and I said, look, I've been very specific about this. And so they're going to say, go ahead and send it back, and we won't charge you the penalty. So I'll get 25% off all of the clothes that I am going to wear, including this shirt, that as long as Big Sister Shelley likes it, well, that's... And I got a new gay shirt in the closet for Friday.
Oh, nice.
I got a brand new gay shirt in the closet for Friday.
Don't miss that.
Jim Bonanno's online says, little worse in Hawaii. Governor is pleading with people not to come to Hawaii. This is how stupid people... What are people going to live on in Hawaii if there's no tourists? What, military, is that it?
Poi.
Poi, right. You ever eat poi?
It's terrible.
My buddy Ron Castro is online saying, good morning, Freedom, Teddy de la Cruz. Brancho's Chillin'. Ooh, new name, Brancho's Chillin'. Let me see, John Song. Good morning, Dawn. John, are you a cool guy? He sent me a friend request.
Oh, yeah.
He is a cool guy? I
don't know,
I should
man.
confirm?
I know. I'm in jail. I don't know.
Correct. Last person I should be checking in. You're being difficult, Ray. Don't transfer your valid frustrations onto others who are doing their job as best they can. Rail at the ones you disagree, as you are with great effectiveness, but not with the innocent victims of public decisions you disagree with. As usual, your sisters remind us of the better way to treat others as we would want to be treated when we enforce decisions we may not like or agree with. From one of your longtime fans and friends, Simon! No, don't lecture me. We're on the same page. I don't want anybody to go to the little girl, the cute little girl over at Moses, and give her a hard time about the vaccination passports. Who are you to? I don't want anybody to do any of that stuff. I think if that's going to be a government mandate, then I think the government should mandate their people to go down there and enforce the rules.
But until such time they do that, be nice to your servants.
I'm not saying not to be nice to them. I would never take anything out on anybody that was, just checking checking. I don't get mad at people when they check my ID when I buy booze. I love them. I want to hug those. I want to hug those guys.
Oh my gosh, when you said that yesterday, I laughed out loud. I was like, oh, come on.
No, I got carded. It was awesome. Former Governor Carl T. Seagatera is bringing back the sunshine on the program.
Bring it back.
Hey, Derek Munya-Kanata from over at Auto Spots Online.
Hey, morning, Derek.
Wants to make sure I do his commercials. Do I have any coming up?
Oh, we have.
All right.
Yeah, of course.
Well, autospot.com.
Yeah.
Pre-approved. Hey, bro, do I have to get vaccinated before I can buy a car from you?
Pass us one golf cart, bro.
I just need one golf cart for the neighborhood, Brett. Belen Sidell is hanging out. Cody James is online here this morning. Cody, you know what I noticed yesterday? And now's a good time for it. I just noticed that on my desk, I still have a gift certificate for your wife to cut my hair over at Cut.
Oh, yeah.
It's going to be perfect.
You're due,
Go get my haircut. Do I have to be vaccinated to get a haircut?
Oh, wow.
Wait, what? Really?
Good question.
I don't know. I do.
Are
Actually,
they
you know
covered
what?
or not?
I have to look at that.
Somebody typed in this morning. He said, "This is where we are in terms of ridiculous. So if you're a wrestler, you're not allowed to shake the hands of your competitor.
Oh no,
but you're still allowed to wrestle them.
Let's do that."
And I'm going.
Locking eyes.
Some of this used to make sense, but none of it does anymore. 6:38
No,
in the
you know
morning.
what? But it says, okay, so maybe it fits into the all others. It's boat cruises, bowling alleys, concerts and similar events, eating, drinking establishments, food courts, gyms, fitness centers, dance studios, movie theaters, organized contact sports, swimming pools, theaters, museums, and other covered establishments determined by public health. So it probably fits into the other.
I don't know that they are like covered. I think the idea is any place where mask wearing might be compromised, congregations like that, and you get these boat charters and things. There's not a mask at all anywhere around those things. But that, in my mind, it's okay because most of the time you're drinking on those booze cruises.
And
it's in the sun. I don't know. 20 away from 7 o'clock in the morning. 888-8255, 888-TALK. If you're going to get lecture, do it on YouTube so I don't see it. But anyway, there's Real Joe is going to press buttons, and right now Mana's going to take care of our first look at big news and headlines. It's 6:30 news at 6:40. Hava, Mana, what happened?
Well, from the JIC this morning, there's another day of triple-digit positives and hospital numbers up again. The Joint Information Center reporting that there are 27 people in the hospital, 19 are unvaccinated, and 2 aren't known. The government set the CAR score at 18.2 after 126 people were confirmed to have COVID-19. That's out of 1,214 people who were tested. Total case count now is at 9,612 with 806 people in active isolation. Meanwhile, there were 4 more DOE students that were tested positive for COVID-19 and 2 additional employees. All of those schools have been cleaned and sanitized, and contact tracing is underway, but all the schools will be open as usual today. Meanwhile, the vaccination clinics will continue at the Micronesia Mall and at the Southern Clinic today. There is also a plan for another vaccination clinic that will be opening up at the Guam Premier Outlets. No date for that opening has been set just yet. Meanwhile, Public Health yesterday issued new guidelines for the governor's latest executive order. Remember, the governor did amend her order that she put out on Friday. The guidance details which businesses are affected and what needs to be done to comply with the new vaccine mandates for employees and patrons. And those are your headlines right here on The Point.
Okay, I have a question. It's an important question. Is life or death?
All right.
As Joe Cameron says, is life or death? So I have a friend who had lunch with her girlfriend on Saturday.
Yes.
And we found out that her girlfriend's boyfriend has got COVID-19. Do I have COVID-19?
Sure. Of course you do.
Must, right?
Stay over there,
You
Ray.
should get tested.
Really?
Yeah.
And then what?
Wait 2
Wait,
hours.
I don't have any.
Her girlfriend's boyfriend?
Her girlfriend's boyfriend.
My gosh.
Okay.
Let me
Lady
taste the
friend of
beer.
mine
Lady friend
of mine
has a friend
has a girlfriend
that she had lunch with on
on
Saturday.
Saturday, and then we find out that
the
girlfriend's boyfriend has COVID-19, just tested
man.
positive. So the question is, do I have it?
The question is, what did you do with this lady friend?
It wasn't 15 minutes. We were within the 6-foot cone of COVID-19, but it wasn't for 15 minutes. Neither one of us were wearing a mask. But wait a minute.
Wow.
Complication here. Another complication. Near as I can tell, all three of them are vaccinated.
Oh, nice.
Right?
Hey, you're safe then, dude.
That's what I'm thinking.
All
It's like,
right.
wait a minute, all three of you in this little foursome thing going on. All the other three have been vaccinated. So what are the chances that I've got COVID-19?
Whatever the chances are, there's a chance that I'm going to be really mad at you if I get sick.
642.
boy.
You've been vaccinated
I can
as
still
well.
get sick, and I knew full well that when I got vaccinated, that it wasn't going to prevent me from getting COVID-19. It would just lessen the symptoms if I did get it.
It's 6:42 in the morning.
So if
Jack,
I get sick, you're going to be in big trouble because you
Jack, we're coming your way
are
next. Ray Gibson Show
socializing
continues
with the unclean.
with the clean version of my unclean friends. Okay, gotcha. Family Finance has been serving the people of Guam since 1959, and they'll continue to be there for you in the years to come. Whether you're looking to get a personal loan for that summer staycation or paying off those long overdue bills, Family Finance has got you covered. Apply for a personal loan from $1,000 up to $3,900 by calling Family Finance. Agana 475-4545, Upper Tumon at 647-5626, or in Dededo at 633-4473. Family Finance, serving the people of Guam since 1959.
At GTA, we continuously develop digital solutions to build resilience for island businesses in need of agility, speed, and stability. Whether you're a home office or large corporation, we have professional services tailored by our GTA Enterprise experts to evolve your business digital transformation. Let the strength and reliability of our network power your business for years to come, and call us today at 671-644-1000. GTA, we start with you.
What happened? Who do you want me to take care of? Because Derek's listening?
Guam Auto Spot.
Guam Auto Spot. I got to do it like that because they got a guy that does the deep voice commercials on this, right? So Guam Auto Spot has the best selection in Buick, GMC, Mitsubishi, and used cars. He said they'll take faxes and visas. If you've got the 2020, can you still buy a car over at the Auto Spot with Bitcoin? They were doing that for a while.
They were, yeah.
Right. So wait a second. Can I give you my trade-in and you give me my trade-in value in Bitcoin? Come on, Derek. I know you like to gamble. I know you love the art of the deal, brother. Anyway, 21 Mitsubishi Mirage and $127 a paycheck, 0 down. Call 478-AUTO. Take a test drive or get pre-approved online at GuamAutospot.com. I told Mana who all my friends are, and she's like, "Ooh, those are rich people. They're rich. They're the rich version of the unclean clean people."
That's cool, then.
It is cool. But anyway, so here's, we all just hang out together over in the mansion and just, we'll all get sick at the same time. What have I got? Traffic up in the north end of town as usual. Anderson Air Force Base is working through. What are they working through today? They're not doing charcuteries. That's right. Glee Club. Anderson Air Force Base Glee Club in effect today. Got a little bit of traffic over at on the way into the village up in G going around the school, so watch out for that. Around Ukadu, a little bit busy this morning. Southbound traffic, Marine Corps Drive over at Fatima and and then all the way over at the 1 and 3 starting to look a little bit busy. Seeing the same thing happening on Route 8, a little bit close to 8, 10, and 16 over by the Golden Sea. Otherwise, once you get past that, should be okay. All the way down to Big Navy in Sumai, 645. There's your right now traffic on the point. Bargain Tactical, Guam's largest firearms dealer and sports shooting store, offering the best selection on island. You'll find everything you need for your next trip to the range. Ammo, target, stands, hearing and eye protection. A full-time armorer is ready to help with repairs, maintenance, and builds. Plus, you'll find a large selection of home defense accessories, including tasers, stun guns, pepper spray, batons, and home security devices. Pellet, BB, and airsoft guns in stock now for pest control and training. Tactical Gear Guam, Route 16, Army Drive in Harmon. Follow them on Facebook and Instagram at Bargain Tactical 671 or online, bargaintacticalguam.com. Bargain Tactical. You defend, we support.
The more you buy, the more you save for the whole month of August at Furniture Kathy Style. We just received a huge shipment of area rugs, all 30% off from now until the end of the month. Furnish your home at great discount and take advantage of our amazing deals for this month. If you're not buying furniture from us, you're paying too much. Stop by our showroom or visit our website at FurnitureKathyStyle.com. To shop with us today, contact us at 671-300-9590 or on social media for more information.
Portions of the program brought to you by the guys over at Take Care. And what are they doing for you over at Take Care? High-quality health plans and services supported by a global network of providers, a trusted partner for your health solutions. You know, I fly through all of this, and you're going, can I get more information, right? Yes, you can. Saturday at the Micronesia Mall, 11 until, I think, 4 o'clock in the afternoon. The old dollar store that they've got there is where you can find reps from over at Take Care. It's like a weekly little health fair that they're doing. So they can tell you about all of their global providers and all the great plans and programs they've got, plus chance to win free stuff from our friends over at Take Care.
It's the Ray Gibson Show. Call now, 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
Yes, I got a couple other friend requesting people. You know, it's like there's guys and they're in pictures with their wives. I'm like, it's okay to add them if their wife's hot, right?
Yeah. Yes.
Welcome to the program. It's the Ray Gibson Show, 6:47 in the morning as we make our way into Wednesday. Trash day over at my place. Trash day, and that used to mean once upon a time when it was trash day over at my place that there was a better chance that I would be woken up by the sound of the guys picking up trash outside than the alarm clock.
True.
That hasn't happened in a long time.
Yeah.
No, and anymore. Sometimes I'm on my way home and I'm following the trash truck over to my place, going a little bit late here today. But what the heck? They're having their issues with these with the COVID-19 and a lot of their commercial business that is offline right now. And who knows? Maybe one of these days. That is one of those places where things will get better one of these days, but I don't know when. You know, we got the Airbnb thing, and there's a couple of strikes working against that. One of them is up until yesterday, I guess. Even if you were here on the Airbnb program, even if you had that first shot. It's not like you could go into a restaurant. Now, well, the governor changed all that. Doesn't really make that much of a difference for everybody else that is in the boat, unless you're comfortable lying. Mm-hmm. All right, a note here from my partner. He says, "To be safe, get tested." To be safe, but I'm still. Can I just riff on that here for a second? So, if I get tested,
yeah,
and the results are positive, Mana, what? Besides the fact that you won't speak to me again for the rest of the year.
Or life.
But
oh, nice.
But whichever comes first. Depending on the severity of the symptoms, right? But if I am positive, now does that mean that I would fall under the control of DPHSS?
So. I think so.
Are they going to stick me in Bayview?
I think you have to be in quarantine at your house. I don't think you'll be in Bayview because you have your own house that you don't share with anybody
Find
else.
A cheaper motel and just put him there.
Right? Prison.
We'll drop beer for
prison.
you, man.
Me and the guy that robbed First Hawaiian.
Wow. Oh, yeah.
We'll be in prison in the same
cellmates.
Right. So okay. So therein lies the rub. I am currently symptom free. I can draw a connection between myself and somebody that I know that has COVID-19, even though I did not have any actual direct contact with him. But if it turns out that I take a test and I come up positive, even though I'm not symptomatic right now, even though it's possible they might be remnants of an infection that I had before.
I think you ought to talk to an official because I don't know the answer.
Yeah.
What? We're the guys on the radio. People look to us for the.
But I tell you, I'm going to get tested, and if I get positive, you are my first contact.
No. You know, you got.
I spend more time with you than anybody in my house.
You've got Casino people that associate with your family too. So 10 away from the top of the hour. Jack has the answer for me. Good morning, Jack.
Yes. Well, you know, there's right ways to do this and wrong ways.
I want to know the wrong ways because they sound like they're more fun.
Now thinking of, yeah, you know what, Mana in a sense is right. You know, don't play stupid games. I mean, this is the governor's game. They want you to lie. What's the worst case scenario? The worst case scenario is you do lie, you do come down with the Wuhan virus, and what goes on the PDN news? What goes on in the other radio station? It says that we are miscreants. It characterized what Mana says, that we are miscreants, and we're endangering the public by doing this, breaking the rules, breaking the regulations, and now us who are unvaccinated are shedding a bad light. Just don't play the game. There is a right way to do it.
Oh, so I just stay at home. I mean, that's what I've been up to. I've just been hanging around the house.
And I will support these kinds of businesses, the ones that say no mask or masks are prohibited and proof of unvaccination is required. Now, if you don't get that joke, I mean, but there's a restaurant in New York that does that.
Correct.
And, you know, and they're defying. I will support that business, but what I won't do is play the game. And the game is, and she wants this, she's expecting this, she's playing the odds that one of us unvaccinated will lie about this, and one business will collude on the lie. And then next thing you know, someone comes down with the Wuhan virus, it's traced there, they investigate, and you know, this unvaccinated person lied about it, and we're all over the PDN for about a month, and then we'll be labeled. We're the ones. Hey, look at this unvaccinated.
Oh, no, I would be the guy. I would be the poster child. Look, Ray Gibson lied to get into the restaurant.
Listen, Joanne Brown said, you know, made the standard. I'm not going to play in this game. You go ahead and have your closed door meeting, your behind the scenes meeting. I'm not going to. I believe in the open government law. There is a right way to do this. One way to do it is not play this kind of game. Now, I will support. I tell you this again. I'll support a business that says, you know, mask prohibited and, you know, unvaccinated proof of unvaccination is required. I will go down and support that business. I will. But what I will not do is play the governor's game. And Mana is wrong on one aspect.
Careful, you're walking on dangerous ground.
The frustration that people, she thinks it's the people that are criticizing these workers that are coming in and enforcing this regulation. She says, well, you know, take it easy on them. Wait a second. Are we talking about the government workers that were paid during this lockdown? The frustration might be coming that these people that are finally sitting at a bar who haven't been paid in months, and they finally have the time to come out and just, you know, let it out. And then
no, Jack, that's not what I said. I said take it easy on the restaurant workers and the servers that are at the door doing their job as you're entering, and they're just following the mandate in order to keep their businesses open. I didn't say that take it easy on the government workers. I said take it easy on the restaurant workers and the service people that are opening the door for you and allowing you into their establishment.
Just don't play the governor's games. I mean, this is what they want. They want to catch an unvaccinated person, you know, contaminating the whole thing, and then it blows up on the PDN, and then the other radio station talks about it for a week, and then doctors come in their radio station and they point to that person and see what you know, what miscreants they are. Just don't play the game.
I got you. All right, but you made the point. I'll talk to you again pretty soon. 6:55 in the morning. I need to get Bob in here for his thoughts this morning as we make our way into what day is it? Wednesday, and the second day of COVID-19. What some have referred to as the purge, the second 48 hours of the purge.
And the day I have to put my family on the airplanes all to go back to Texas.
Oh, yeah, the free zone. Free zone. Don't you feel like going with them?
I wanted to say, I have a family member who tested positive. You don't go in quarantine. Quarantine is what you are if you're waiting to see or waiting for tests or whatever. You're put in isolation. You can do isolation at your home. My family member has been at their residence now for about 10 or 11 days. They're hoping to get released in the next couple days after they had tested positive. So you will have to stay in your home and, have people drop by your beer and your food, and you just watch TV or do whatever and stay at home. That's one thing. The second thing I wanted to say, though, is the person who tested positive had this app that was very important for everybody to get. Do you remember the push for the app?
The COVID-19 app that you never hear about anymore?
Well, he said, I have the app, but they never gave him the code to use that they were supposed to be giving so that any other person that was within that area that could use it. They asked him if he had the app. He said yes, and then they never gave him the code to use. So that was kind of that app right now apparently is not being used at all anymore by the government. But you can check when you talk to your public health.
I was gonna see if we can get Chanel on the line here this morning to talk about specifically that, and I'd also like to investigate the possibility of getting some kind of a religious exemption. The people that are listening right now, they're laughing into tears in their eyes, thinking that Ray Gibson might be religious enough for anything, up to and including an exemption. But hey, you never know unless you try, right? The answer is no.
There is the exemption, but you'll have to get tested. Well, and as far as you fall in just like everybody else who have medical exemptions.
Well, who's going to check whether I'm getting tested or not? I mean, this is it's not my company. This is not I don't work for the government. I'm not a teacher getting screwed again on the COVID-19. I'm just a regular individual that would like to have a card that says I have a medical exemption, so you don't need to worry about my vaccination status. How do I get that?
I don't think anybody's going to get those cards, even if they have a medical reason. They'll still have to get tested.
But by who?
The question is, by public health. They're offering it for free. I'm just saying, even the restaurant workers have to be tested if they don't have a vaccination once a week.
So if I have a religious exemption, as an individual, just because I don't want to be bugged whenever I go into a restaurant or a bar, then I'm on the list with DPHSS, and so I've got to renew it every week. Is that what you're saying?
Well, certainly, if you're working for any of the places that were mentioned for
I'm just a regular citizen. I'm not, working at a covered establishment, but I'd like to enter a covered establishment. If I say that I don't want to show my vaccination status by virtue of my religious objections, that ought to be there. I ought to be able to get a card from public health that says that my vaccination status is not disclosed because of my religious exemption.
Well,
so would I need to renew that? Would I need to renew that every week? I get it if I get a religious exemption.
Right now, Ray, you don't have an exemption for customers, just employees. They would have to add that into the executive order. And I would say they would probably require you to go down and see your priest or pastor and have them give you your religious exemption certificate.
I could pay for that. I know some. Okay. I know some priests who take all kinds of money for that.
Okay.
Same guys that did my confirmation.
Talk to you later.
All right, buddy. All right, have a good time at the airport. 7 o'clock in the morning, the radio station, KUSG, Ganya. And so then what's the point of the religious exemption? Do I have to be a government of Guam employee? Do I have to be, an employee of the covered area? I just want to be able to go. I want to go to Venue. I want to go see Phil over at Venue, and Phil is asking for vaccination status. I want to be able to say, I don't have to show you my vaccination status. I'm a religious objector to this process. Does that mean in order to maintain this religious exemption, I have to get tested every week and renew the thing every week? I don't know. And we'll see what we can find out. I'll bet you $1. There's no answer. It's 7. Here's Fox News.
News. That's what President Biden is set to announce, keeping an August 31st withdrawal deadline in Afghanistan after a Taliban warning not to extend it. White House spokeswoman Jen Psaki says the focus remains on getting as many evacuees out as possible before the 31st without major interference from the Taliban.
Our expectation, and what we will continue to convey directly through a range of channels we have, is that the individuals, the special immigrant visa applicants, those who are eligible, those who we are facilitating their departure will be able to reach the airport.
So far, nearly 64,000 have been flown out, including about 4,000 U.S. passport holders and their families. It's not clear how many Americans remain. A deal with moderate Democrats lets two key elements of the president's infrastructure agenda move forward just a short time ago.
House Democrats have advanced a $3.5 trillion budget plan necessary for a process to pass sweeping legislation designed to invest in education, health care, and climate initiatives without threat of a Republican filibuster in the Senate.
We have a president with a big, bold vision for our country.
But House Speaker Nancy Pelosi was forced to delay a vote after negotiations with a bloc of moderates demanding quick passage of a bipartisan infrastructure bill. The resolution adopted today sets up a vote on the $1 trillion infrastructure bill no later than September 27th.
Fox's Jared Halper and on the Hill. Just getting word, former football star Herschel Walker has filed the paperwork to run for U.S. Senate in Georgia, a Trump-supported challenger among other Republicans hoping to unseat Democratic Senator Raphael Warnock next year. The number of confirmed dead in a Tennessee flood has been lowered to 18. Discrepancies between local and state lists ironed out.
These are people we know. These are people's families that we know.
Humphreys County Sheriff Chris Davis as the search continues for 3 still listed as missing. America is listening to Fox News.
Here at Guam Auto Spot, we have the best selection in Buick, GMC, Mitsubishi, and used cars, like the 2021 Mitsubishi Mirage, as low as $127 per paycheck, 0 down. Or this 2021 Buick Encore, as low as $237 per paycheck, 0 down for 72 months. Call 478-AUTO to schedule a test drive or get pre-approved online at guamautospot.com.
Hafa, this is Congressman St. Nicholas. Your congressional office would like to remind you that pandemic unemployment assistance is set to expire on September 6th of this year. We encourage the people of Guam to seek out active employment as much as possible, as jobs continue to remain limited, and we want to prevent hardship for our people at the conclusion of the PUA program. Thank you, and see to us, Mahasi.
This ad was paid for with official funds from the office of Congressman Michael F.Q. San Nicolas.
The White House says someone with a possible case of the mystery illness known as Havana syndrome was not traveling with Vice President Kamala Harris, whose flight from Singapore to Hanoi earlier today was delayed for several hours because of the report from Vietnam.
We, of course, take any reported incident of Havana syndrome seriously.
The White House spokeswoman Jen Psaki notes this is not a confirmed case of it. The illness gets its name from being first reported in Havana in 2016, affecting U.S. diplomats and others. Elton John among the many paying tribute to Rolling Stones drummer Charlie Watts, who died earlier today in a London hospital. Considered one of the greatest rock drummers of all time, evolving as the Stones' sound did over more than a half-century. Watts was 80. He had an unspecified medical procedure earlier this year and previously battled throat cancer, but no word today on a cause of death. Elton John posting a photo of the two of them together in younger years, calling Watts the ultimate drummer, the most stylish of men, and such brilliant company. Growing concerns over another online challenge.
Videos show people stacking milk crates in the shape of a pyramid, attempting to walk up one side and down the other, often falling. Hey! One post, "My health insurance does not cover the crate challenge." Dubbed the Milk Crate Challenge, doctors say it could lead to broken bones or even life-threatening injuries.
Fox's Kristen Goodwin. In a reply to a video, one doctor warns that the orthopedic surgeries needed to fix the injuries might fall into the category of elective procedures. New records for both the NASDAQ and the S&P. The NASDAQ topping 15K today. The Dow up 30 points. I'm Lisa Brady. This is Fox News.
Hafa, this is Carl from APL Guam. Here at APL, our expertise and extensive network can help you grow your business and reach out to more markets. As a responsible carrier, APL is also committed to a sustainable future. Whether it's protecting the environment or investing our efforts in giving back to the community, our dedicated team in Guam and on the U.S. mainland are here to support you. Call 588-4651 or visit apl.com.
Here's a hot deal. Head to Pieology Dedito or Tumuni and order 2 or more of your favorite Pieology pizzas today and get a free 2-liter Pepsi bottle when you dine in. Visit them today from 11 a.m. to 9 p.m. Promo is valid at both locations for dine-in only. Pieology Pizzeria in Dedito and Tumuni, your place for delicious customizable pizzas. Also ask about having your special fundraiser at Pieology.
Half a day at 7:06. I'm Ana Silva Tyron with a look at your local news on the point. Another day of triple-digit positives from the Joint Information Center. They're reporting 126 new people have been confirmed to have COVID-19 out of 1,214 people who were tested. This brings our total now to 9,612, with 806 people in active isolation. They also point out a rising number of people who are in the hospital, 27 now hospitalized with COVID-19. And they are say that 13 are at GMH, 12 are at RMC, and 2 at the Naval Hospital, with a total of 6 people in intensive care. Now, over at the Department of Education, they also confirmed 4 of their students tested positive, along with 2 employees who tested positive. All of the schools have been cleaned and sanitized. And classes will not be interrupted today. It's business as usual, they say. Also, the vaccination clinics continue at the Micronesia Mall from 11 until 6 today, with the Southern Public Health open at 9 until noon. There's also a plan to open up an additional vaccination site at the Guam Premier Outlets. However, no opening date has been set for that. As for the testing will continue at the Teeds and Carnival grounds every day. Meanwhile, Public Health yesterday issued guidelines for the governor's latest executive order that was amended. The executive order issued on Friday. This guidance from Public Health details which businesses are affected and what needs to be done to comply with the new vaccine mandates for employees and patrons. Verification still needs to take place at these establishments, but won't be enforced until September 6th, in which patrons will have to show proof at least of one of the COVID vaccines or attest to their vaccination status. And we'll have more news right after this. Today, indoor air quality is more critical than ever, and the experts at Carrier have a solution for your protection and peace of mind. Introducing Carrier's OptiClean air filtration system with HEPA filters and optional UV light accessories. Designed for hospital isolation rooms, yet versatile enough for businesses, schools, and other large areas. This machine can cover 1,500 square feet. It's compact, portable, and only runs on 110 power. Contact Carrier at 647-COOL to learn more. A 67-year-old man faces federal charges after he admitted to selling lanyards that claim to kill viruses. The man was indicted in the district court on Monday. According to the Guam Daily Post, he's scheduled to plead guilty today to distribution and sale of unregistered pesticide, conspiracy to distribute an unregistered pesticide, and false statement to government agency. He faces a maximum of 6 years in a federal prison and deportation, according to his plea deal. And the Department of Labor reporting a delay in their program, which would have covered wages for the pandemic-struck workers. The government was to cover up to $9.25 an hour for up to 3 months for private workers private businesses in order for more employees to get hired. Director Dave De La Sola says in the Post that while the program was to be rolled out in July, it's not yet started. He said the program is delayed and will be reevaluated after the Guam Economic Development Authority program rolls out. DOL and GIDA are working toward a single application for any employer applying for both the payroll subsidy program and GIDA's new small business pandemic assistance program. Both of these programs relying on the American Rescue Plan. And those are your top stories here on The Point. Here's Ray with your weather.
Yes, it's going to be lousy for people looking for jobs these days. I mean, unless you've already figured something out here. I think things are flimsy because of all of the executive orders and the confusion about the direction of the economy over the next couple of months. I think that's one of them. There are a lot of businesses, including this one here, that was looking at hiring some people with these subsidized hours, take on some responsibilities that we've kind of done without since COVID-19 started over the last year, 16 or 17 months. And it doesn't look like we're going to be able to access those subsidy dollars, which means I'm not going to be able to hire a couple of other individuals to work at this radio station. I really need to start considering where we are 12 days away from the end of PUA and the subsidy's not going to be happening. And I haven't heard anything from Mel and the folks over at Gita to find out more about this program and how I can get into it so that maybe I can bring in a couple of other people. If you're sitting around, if today's you go and find any job, get any job right now for folks that are hiring. If you're qualified, then that I would get into it as quick as you can, because I think those options are going to dry up fairly quick. 7:11 in the morning, partly sunny today with scattered showers and isolated thunderstorms. Winds out of the east up to 15 miles an hour. Daytime highs today 86 degrees. With a heat index, it will feel like 94. But I don't know if we're going to have a peak heat index today, because we had lots and lots of rain coming through yesterday. A lot of island effect weather. Mostly cloudy, scattered showers tonight, and isolated thunderstorms. Again, easterly winds to 15 miles an hour. Lows of about 77 degrees. Into the weekend, wish I had more good news for Thursday and Friday. Just not there. Mostly cloudy and isolated showers. So we look like we're stuck in this little rut of a weather pattern that we're in, and it's going to be sticky for just a little bit longer. Sunset tonight going to be at 6:36. Sunrise tomorrow morning about 6:09. 7:12. That's news and weather together right here on The Point. Business owners looking to expand, looking for an opportunity to give your business, looking to give your business a chance to succeed. There's a commercial space for rent at the DNA Plaza, Tumuning, next to Cost You Less, home to the famous Tokyo Mart, Ma's Kitchen, Yogurt Land, and others. Great foot traffic, 1,320 square feet available. Call DNA Incorporated for more information, 477-9053 or 9054, or email dnainc.guam@gmail.com.
Pastrami is back at Subway. Pepper-crusted beef layered with crispy pickles, mustard, and melted provolone cheese. Nothing comes close to the pleasure of sinking your teeth into that chewy, juicy, well-seasoned pastrami. It's happiness in a sub. Head down to the nearest Subway restaurant and satisfy your craving for the deli perfection that is pastrami. Subway. Eat fresh. Pastrami sub is available to all Subway locations on Guam and Saipan, including NCS, for a limited time only.
7:13 in the morning. Portions of the program brought to you by the guys over at Nissan. Think about what you've got left to do for the year. Think about all the great projects, all the fun that you're going to be having. You know how to make it more fun? How to make it more fun? Do it in a brand new car. New radio, new sound system. Super safe, super reliable, and great people to sell it to you. I'm talking about the guys over at Nissan. They will help you conquer summer. Heck, never mind the summer. Summer's over. Conquer 2021 in style. Enjoy 0 down, 1.99% APR. Easy financing on all of your favorite Nissans. As always, conditions apply with approved credit. See Nissan Guam for more details.
The Coconut Wireless is back. The Ray Gibson Show. Call now, 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
7:13. Yep. I've seen this kind of thing before. It's on the screen. There's a meme, and it's making its way around social media. I think it's hilarious. If I didn't think it was just so sad about what seems to be happening to man. There was a time, the provenance of changing a car tire was something that guys instinctively knew how to do from the womb. You get a guy, look at a tire that's flat, and he says, "I know how to fix that." But we're starting to see more and more things like this. When you drink White Claws, but she drinks Bush Light, is the caption on this, and it's a picture of a guy watching a woman, not just any ordinary woman. She's got a baby in her arms, changing the tires on the car.
Oh, nice.
Way to go, soy boy. Way to go, beta man.
She'll be single soon.
Gala man. 888-825-5888-TALK. Hi, Ray Gibson Show until it's not going to be anymore. Probably going to be about 10 o'clock in the morning. Lots to get through in this hour. Heard from Fox News and conversations about Joe Biden and the evacuation process. And it looks like they're going to stick to the August 31st deadline. And I hope they are able to get out all of the American citizens and all the people that they have promised over the years to provide some degree of protection in quarter to. I just don't know. I'll listen to the whole speech a little bit later on. But I was on Twitter yesterday. And I know. Why do you do that, Ray? You know you're going to go to Twitter and there's going to be some idiot there that says something that's just going to just make me crazy. Yesterday it was a guy, not just any ordinary guy. The dude is a political analyst for CNN. Soy boy.
Oh, man.
Where they're, I guess they, you can see them on the top. They're like a suit, but underneath they're wearing like capri pants and high heels.
Is it lemon?
So the guy is political analyst over at CNN, and he says, well, maybe you didn't see this, but in Saigon they only evacuated 7,000 people, and President Biden's already evacuated 45,000. Bet you didn't see that. Oh, hey, look at me, I'm an elitist. I'm a CNN with my capri pants and high heels. And I'm looking at this. They will make, and apparently anybody can be a political analyst at CNN. I wrote him back, dude. I was on Guam when they brought in 115,000 refugees, plus 115,000 refugees from Vietnam. The number that he's referring to is about 7,000 people that were rescued out of Saigon by helicopter. But the evacuation of the entire country involved a whole heck of a lot of people that came to Guam as part of Operation New Life. Hi, How. Nice to see you, Dr. Nguyen, as part of Operation New Life, and also part of Operation Baby Drop, which is a whole other thing that was taking place. There's a whole bunch of Vietnamese Americans who became Americans by virtue of the fact that they were born here on Guam during Baby Drop. 7:16 in the morning. It's just one of those things. It just like we know it all until you point it out. And the thing is, this guy's with CNN. So you know what that means? That means that as far as many people are concerned, it's the truth, and nobody's going to bother to fact check that because they're CNN and he's a political analyst. 7:17 in the morning. One other thing that I wanted to throw up on the screen, and it occurs to me that maybe we are headed into something like this. I don't know if I've got in graphic form. Or whether I might have to actually read it to you. Yeah, I got to read it to you. There's a guy online selling a 2002 Nissan Pathfinder. Got about 134,000 miles, brand new timing belt, water pump, spark plugs, cap, rotor, wires, distribution has been replaced. The distributor's been replaced, clean interior, cold AC, new brake pads, and it's two-wheel drive. 2002 Nissan Pathfinder. And he says it's $4,000 or best offer if you're vaccinated. If you're unvaccinated, it's only $3,500. And... Okay, if you want the phone number, call me. I'll give you the telephone number to the guy. And it occurs to me while I'm thinking about this, is it possible, as has been suggested by some, that maybe we need to start pondering a world where they're like two parallel universes? I know some of you that watch Rick and Morty are already familiar with the multiverse, et cetera, but is it possible that we might have to, depending on how long Adeloop is going to play this charade, that we might have to live with the vaccinated over here and the unvaccinated over here? So we'd have, as Jack pointed out last hour, tell you what, we want restaurants here. You are mandatory no mask policy, and you have to show us proof that you are unvaccinated if you wanted to come into this place. Or the vaccinated people, the pretty people, top 27th floor Tsubaki Tower wine night people over here. We would have separate athletic leagues. We'd have the kids that are able to play their soccer and their wrestling and basketball and track and field, whatever, all the things that I'm hearing that kids are getting kicked out of over on one side. You have to be unvaccinated to play in this league, and then the whole vaccinated people could have their own leagues and separate prices for things like that. Oh, you want to buy this thing over in my store? Well, I'll tell you, it's $10 if you're vaccinated. If you're unvaccinated, only $5. Right? I mean, if we are gonna have a universe like that, I would like the pricing to go in that direction. Yes. Like the vaccinated cars, right? So it's $5 a gallon for gas. If you're unvaccinated, it's $3.50. Like buying it on base. Know what I mean? Yes. Jerry Roberts is already pondering all of this and wondering if there might be any practical applications for this beyond brilliant idea I've come up with. Jerry? Come on, you're the adult supervision.
I got a friend at behavioral health.
His name used to be JQ Fani. Not gender dysphoria, but his personality dysphoria with Jerry Roberts. How you doing?
Back in the day, I might have had some fun with that.
Thought so. Couple of business notes. Minimum wage is going up on September 1st. Wait a second. Add that Montesova Tyrant to the pile now of discouraging news for people that need to get jobs. The economy has been destabilized by all of these executive orders Nobody knows what's going to be happening next. I ain't going to be doing any hiring. The program that Dave Del Sola and the governor were talking about just 3 months ago looks like they're pushing that off. TBD. We'll see what we can learn from that. Oh, and the price for the labor is going to be going up, whether the applicant wants it to or not. Whether the applicant walks in and says, "Look, I just need a job, man. You don't have to pay me minimum wage." And the guy over at HR says, "Well, yes, we do.
Yeah, you do.
So I can't hire you." And in fact, the guys that are already working here for $9.25 an hour, we're going to have to bump them back to about 35 hours a week because we can't afford them at that rate. So we'll add that to the pile of other bad news for job applicants here today. You just kind of want to get on the plane with Bob Kelly's relatives and go to the free zone, right? Isn't that where you want to go? Who's on the phone? Who is that?
Daphne, and she doesn't have time for the whole day, so.
No, then we'll bring her in here now. Daphne Shimizu, noting this morning, I'd sent her a note because I wanted to get some money out of the Department of Revenue and Tax, but she sent me a note, sent me a note back on some good news that's going to be happening with regard to All Rise, right?
Right, and so of course, Ray, we've been working on our final guidance, and the All Rise, the program itself has kind of evolved over the last several months, and so we're working on releasing our final guidance. We're hopeful that's going to happen really soon. We were hoping early this morning. It will likely happen no later than end of day today, but just wanted to go through some things with our people and just make sure that they knew.
Yeah.
We will be opening up the application, both the online application, and then also begin receiving at our drive-through drop-off service line here the applications beginning Wednesday, September 1 at 7 a.m.
Okay.
So it's very important that people know that beginning Wednesday, September 1, they're going to be able to file the application online. They're also going to be able to come here to our agency and file. We're going to have the drive-through drop-off service just like we did with filings of Form 1040. We are not going to be receiving applications by Dropbox, by mail, or by email. So there's only going to be these, again, because we have to have very good control over the filing, you're going to have to file either online or file in person at the drive-through drop-off service or at our income tax branch. And again,
where online, Daphne, is this going to be? Is it going to be My Guam Tax?
Absolutely. It's going to be at myguamtax.com, and I'm so happy you mentioned that because, of course, we're highly recommending that people file online. The application form is not yet ready. We're going to be distributing it no later than, or opening up the distribution sites or distributing them to the various distribution sites no later than Monday. We're hoping a little sooner so that people can have those forms available. But in the meantime, if you don't have a MyGuamTax account, if you can get onto www.myguamtax.com and go ahead and register. And so that way, once we do open up the application form at 7 a.m. on September 1, you'll be already ready. You'll have an account. So we're already, again, that's one of the kind of the tips that we're giving to people is if you're, file online, 2, go ahead and register online if you don't have an account. So that's very important. And of course, Ray, we're going to have various distribution sites. We're so grateful to our mayors for, being so gracious and again, helping us with this. We've met with them.
Well, they're your frontliners, if you'll recall, with the RISE Act program when people were under the impression, because that's what the government said, that they needed to have mayor's verification. We stormed the mayor's offices. So the mayor's offices will be a collection point for the applications?
No, they won't be a collection point. They're going to be a distribution
Distribution.
site.
Okay.
So we do have the list. I believe that the only mayor's office that will not be actually distributing out of their actual mayor's office is going to be Dededo, which is going to be distributing out of the Dededo Senior Center or the Estumbo Senior Center. So, we do have a list of all the distribution sites. We'll be going ahead and sharing that with the community along with our guidance that we are going to be releasing today. As well as, one of our we have a couple of other partners in this. DISID has been a great partner, and I'm grateful to Phyllis Leon Guerrero over at DISID. She reached out to us right away, wanted to make sure that DISID serves as a distribution site. Of course, we want to make sure that all of our people out in the community, our people with disabilities, that everybody has the, same ability to be able to get access to these forms. So DISID will also be a distribution site. And for those people who have, technological challenges, they don't have computers or they don't have internet services, our Guam Public Library has also offered that because they do have computer workstations and they have access to internet, that at their various locations, they're going to be allowing for people to come in to be able to utilize their computers there so that they can file their applications online. So we're grateful to the public library, to DISID, to our mayors, and we're excited about finally being able to launch this program.
It's a week away. That is good news. Now, there was a companion document that needed to be filled out as well. I imagine that will be stapled with the actual All Rise application and available online for people to fill out. I can't remember what the nomenclature was, 80 to 8815 or 88-215 or something like that. What was that document?
It's called an 8821, and it's a tax authorization form, and it's very important to share with everybody. First of all, it's going to be important that you fill out your applications complete, that everything is correct, because any error in your application is going to cause it to be not processable, and of course that will cause that application form to go to the end of the line, and you'll have to remedy it before we could fix it. But that 8821, so for single filers, what your application form is, or your application submission is going to look like, is going to be an application form. It's our form EO 2021-18, and then you're going to have one 8821 that's attached to it. If you're a single filer, meaning you're head of household, you're married filing separate, you are, qualified widower or single. That particular packet will have those two basic forms.
All right.
If you're a joint filer, you have to have two forms, and that's going to be important. So your joint filers are going to have your spouse and yourself are going to have separate forms 8821, and that's important. If we don't have that, again, you're not going to be able to be processed, and we're going to have an issue, and that has to be remedied. And so, again, we're going to be issuing the guidance on this. We're excited about it. We're grateful to our partners. We're also going to have some additional education sessions for the community so we can get those out. But beginning Wednesday, September 1, we're going to begin receiving applications.
All right, I got you. Dav, I know how busy you are, so I'm going to let you run. We're kind of busy around here as well. I'll talk to you pretty soon, and be looking for in my email tonight for that guidance.
Absolutely. Thanks so much for having me on. Have a great day.
I will. 7:27 in the morning. Also possible we might have, in addition to Daphne, your hot sister Dana, maybe in the studio a little bit later on today. Something for Real Joe to look forward to.
Thank you, Ray.
You're welcome, Real Joe. 7:27 in the morning. Time for Jerry Roberts to take care of the extra point. Being brought to you by Guahan Insurance. Before we get in there, just a quick note here. Oil, Tapas, West Texas trading at 67.64 today.
Yeah.
There has been an inversion.
Yep.
Tapas is actually lower, $66.85. Haven't seen that number that low since May of this year.
Yeah.
And that's where we are on those numbers. First Hawaiian Bank and Guahan Insurance Services brings you the extra point. Here's Jerry Roberts.
Question. Do you think the owner of a restaurant should eat their own food? If you answer that one with a yes, the second question is why? We'll answer that one next on the extra point.
Technology is the great connector. It puts songs in your pocket, connects long-lost friends, and has made the world easier, faster, and smarter. And now, First Hawaiian Bank's new mobile app can help you do the same with your money. Whether you want real-time financial tracking with MoneyMap or tailored advice on your personal finances with daily insights, we're giving you the power to connect to your finances from anywhere, like never before. First Hawaiian Bank, it all starts with yes. Equal housing lender, member FDIC.
When's the last time you looked at your homeowner's insurance?
A homeowner's policy protects much more than just your house. It also protects you against claims from someone being hurt on your property. If a visitor is injured at your place, how much are you covered for? The smart thing to do is get the answer today.
That's the Insurance Extra Point. Get out there and make something good happen today by calling Guahan Insurance Services at 475-1162 or visit us at the Camacho Landmark Center in Tamuning.
I've mentioned several times that I'm the son of a waitress. My mom was a good one, working at busy, popular restaurants for many years. She knew how the front and back of an eatery should work. She taught me that consistency was everything, from the service to the quality of the food, and especially the quality of the food. She told me that a good share of her customers came in looking for a certain meal. It might be a regular menu item or a special thing put together, but the odds were good that their taste buds were begging for something specific when they walked through the door. If the meal didn't measure up to their memory of the last time they enjoyed it, that wasn't good, and the customer might not come back for a while. So once again, the question, why should a restaurant owner or manager eat their own food? Yes, to make sure of the consistency. My mom worked the dinner hours because the money was better. She said the cooks and the wait staff and the managers on duty would all eat before they started their shift. They worked it out so everybody got a bite or two of a lot of things. And the reason for that was to test the consistency. If something wasn't right, they would be the first to know and could sound the alarm. So the waitress's son has a teenage son, and therefore I visit several of Guam's fast food restaurants on a regular basis. I'm not going to mention any names today, but some folks who own or manage some of these places need to start eating their own stuff. I'm going to give you a few examples. Number one, my son likes a certain burger at one specific place. He orders it regularly. It doesn't always taste as hot and fresh as he expects. That's a disappointment. Food that likely sits in a warming bin for a little too long doesn't taste the same as something that just came off the grill. My son is thinking, just off the grill, not a warming bin. So number two, at a burger restaurant, my boy will usually order the meal, which includes fries and a drink. We almost always visit one particular location of this particular chain due to convenience. When we do, the fries are almost always stale. Not so in the other places, but just this one location. So we now ask for fresh French fries with our order. It takes a little longer, but since we began to do that, the fries have been better. Number three, my son will usually order the same drink everywhere he goes. In one location of a certain chain, the mix of the drink is always off. They don't have enough of the syrup, I guess, versus the water. The drink is simply tasteless. After the third or fourth such occurrence, I emailed the owner. I know him and told him about it. I got a fast reply with him saying the problem would be fixed. He said to let him know the next time we came by and he'd arrange for us to get a free drink. Okay. We went back a day or two later. I forgot to let him know that we were going to do that. Sadly, the problem was the same. About a month after I'd sent the initial email, we visited again. While in the drive-thru, I messaged him. I remembered. I messaged him and saying we were there, and if he wanted to make good on the freebie, well, now's the time. So when we got to the window, we were told we had a free drink coming. Great. They would even upgrade to the largest size. Even better. Now, since I was a bit thirsty as well, that's perfect. My son and I would share. Well, we paid, then picked up the food, and I grabbed for the drink. And I took the first sip of the drink. The problem was the same. Tasteless. Yeah, we were both disappointed. I didn't tell my friend, the owner. If he's listening this morning, which he sometimes does, this is the first he'll know about it. Look, I don't expect miracles for meals under $10. That said, these fast food outlets feature systems that are built around the idea of providing consistency, not just every time in a Guam location, but every time in every location they have wherever it may be. To all my manager and owner friends, eat your own food and drink your own drinks. And if that's not going to work and you're not currently using them, bring in mystery shoppers to sample your food and service. I have no doubt that you get it right almost all the time. The question is almost all the time going to work for you? That's the extra point. Be responsible and make something good happen today. For 93.3, The Ray Gibson Show, Guahan Insurance Services, and First Hawaiian Bank. I'm Jerry Roberts.
Right, and getting some comments here that say, Vince Mesa says this message, and then he has the on-target emoji.
Yeah.
So definitely resonating with him. John Song says, consistency matters. And then how can you suggest what's good on the menu if you haven't tried it? Thanks, Jerry, for the extra point. And so folks do need to worry about consistency. Eat the meals in your restaurants, and if you run multiples of them, then make that part of your week. Every day you're going to go eat at someplace else, and make sure that everything is all the same.
Yeah, from one location to the next, it should not differ. And I don't want the fast food guys to think I'm picking on them, because I've done the same thing in sit-down restaurants.
Well, people do it to radio stations. What the heck?
I mean, it's just the way it is. I mean, I grew up with somebody in the restaurant business, and I'm focused on it.
Were you also volunteering to be a Secret Santa? What do they call that?
Mystery shopper.
Mystery shopper. Were you also volunteering for that? Is this my old Batman friend shilling for free food?
No.
Okay, can I become your mystery shopper then? If he's not
you're known by everybody. Mystery shopper should be a mystery. It should be someone they're not familiar with.
Gotcha. All right, 7:34. One other business note. I just got this from the Chamber of Commerce. Due to the recent executive order We've decided to move our in-person meeting today to a virtual one. We hope that we can go back to an in-person format for our September general membership meeting. Until then, we're excited to welcome today's featured speaker, Ricky Hernandez, with the Guam Airport Authority, also the author of the wildly successful, everybody's using it, P-Core system that the governor utilized at the beginning of the pandemic. We look forward to having you join us from your favorite space. So that's going to be taking place today virtually. Says no fees to register below, blah, 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 blah. And if you're a member of Chamber, you've gotten the same thing if you were just going to lurk. Well, I don't know. You're going to have to call somebody over at the Chamber and see if you can get some kind of access way to all of this. On the other hand, if it was me, I would have said, screw the executive order. It's in effect right now, but not being enforced until the 6th. Let's keep meeting. Unless the venue turned you down, unless the people over at I'm trying to remember where these guys are supposed to be meeting. I'm a member of the Chamber, but I keep forgetting to go to the meetings. At any rate, unless they turned you away, I would have kept going. 7:36 because we're the Chamber. We have backbone like that. 7:36 in the morning. Montecito Tyron's got the next look at big news and headline. We're going to turn her microphone on in a second. News being brought to you by Auntie Loli from over at Remax Diamond Realty. You got some designs on being the next big real estate mogul. She can help. 688-6743. Let you know where all of the great opportunities are going to be. Top End Pest Control. Being with all of your pest control needs. Again, Ken is off island in Arizona where he's stepping on scorpions and helping them remove raccoons because that's what they got a plethora of there. 487-4-KAREN, 5657, again, 487-5657. And Burger King, where we've got the French toast breakfast sandwich available, high quality, sausage, bacon, or ham, and a sweet, buttery maple sauce at BK Tumon and Hagutnia while supplies last. Now with the news, here's Mana.
The Department of Public Works has pulled the brakes on the construction of the solar power plant up in Manila, but the Guam Power Authority is hoping that not the entire project will be stopped as it could result in an increase in fuel surcharges, they say, and potentially even federal penalties. They tell the Guam Daily Post that the prolonged delay could result in project cancellation. GPA's general manager is asking for at least some of the construction to continue. The solar site is owned by KEPCOR and Samsung and was issued a notice of violation after environmental damage caused some muddied waters at the Marble Caves as well as possible contamination to the northern water aquifer. Meanwhile, the government set the CAR score at 18.2 this morning after 126 people were confirmed to have COVID-19 out of 1,200 people who were tested. The total case count now at 9,612 with 806 people in active isolation. And there are 27 people in the hospital, according to the JIC this morning. Joint Information Center says the 13 are at GMH, 12 at GRMC, and 2 at Naval Hospital, with 6 people now in intensive care. And those are your headlines right here on The Point.
Interesting question online here this morning, and it comes from Jason Dinkle. Says, good morning, Guam Warriors. Pray that we don't have a typhoon, as we know what the governor will do for the shelters. Is it possible that if we get into a shelter situation, you won't be allowed inside the shelter unless you are fully vaccinated? Do we know that yet? We'll throw that on the pile of questions to ask if we can get somebody from Public Health on the line here this morning, 7:38 in the morning. And that's Beyond the Box time, Beyond the Box at the Micronesia Mall, right next to GameSpot. And they've got everything that you need. Unlocked iPhones, iPads, MacBooks, iMacs, and more. Behind the Box has got you covered. Call them today at 888-8269. That's 888-8BOX. Top End Pest Control is who you call for all your pest control needs. Got a problem with roaches, ants, spiders, rodents, fleas, ticks, termites? No problem. They do it all. Top End Pest Control is a service-disabled, veteran-owned small business and HubZone certified, serving Guam since 2012. Call them today for a quote, 487-5657, or email topendpest@gmail.com. Check them out on Facebook at Top End Pest Control and give them a like. Top End Pest Control for all your pest control needs.
Becoming a homeowner can be a scary process, but it doesn't have to be, especially if you have the right guidance. Break through your fears and go to a real estate professional that will ensure a higher chance of success. That person is Lolita Camet of Remax Diamond Realty. Lolita also specializes in commercial leasing, land sales, local residential sales leasing, and military and corporate relocation. Don't be afraid. Call Lolita Camet from Remax Diamond Realty at 688-6743. That's 688-6743.
This close, real Joe. This close. I was that close to KFC last night for dinner.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, and then I remembered I had another can of that the corned beef.
Ox and
a little
palm?
bit more rice and some more corn. So I duplicated my dinner from the other night. But it was an idea. Brad and I are sitting in the back of the pickup truck watching the protesters do their kumbayas last night, and he was talking about what's for dinner. He's a married guy, right?
Yeah.
He's married,
yeah.
so he can pick up the phone and say, "Hey, woman, I'm coming home. Better have dinner on the table when I get there." I don't have that option, so I was thinking, maybe gonna go swing by KFC, grab myself one of those Double-licious or the Twizzlers. I love the Twizzlers, and they've also got, of course, the chicken pot pie and plenty of other favorites. And a bucket of fried chicken is always a good idea. Maybe tonight, and I'll take a little bit of pressure off by having them deliver it because I'm inside the zone. 300 FAST if you'd like to test it out with KFC. Business owners looking to expand, looking for an opportunity to give your business, looking to give your business a chance to succeed. There's a commercial space for rent at the DNA Plaza, Tamuning, next to Cost You Less, home to the famous Tokyo Mart, Ma's Kitchen, Yogurt Land, and others. Great foot traffic, 1,320 square feet available. Call DNA Incorporated for more information, 477-9053 or 9054, or email dnainc.guam@gmail.com. Why is it so ugly up in Data-Do, up in Waisang Song, all the way up around the top? Let me put this up on the screen. Somebody call in and let me know why it's kind of crazy up there from the top corner of the Guam International Country Club and moving north up in Data-Do. We got some ugly traffic through there. Normally it's on the other side over by the school. Not seeing a whole lot there. A little bit of traffic over at the intersection of 1 and 3. Marine Corps Drive, Waipau, all the way to Waisang Song or Isang Song, whichever your pronunciation preference is going to be. Also, hey, look at that. Adakau all the way to the intersection. We got traffic southbound that's all snagged up through there. As I said, 1 and 3 kind of ugly right now. Where's the rest of the ugliness? 8, 10, and 16. Looks like from the post office all the way over to the intersection of 8, 10, and 16, and then clogged from there until that one good intersection that gets you onto Teedson. And then we've got some dogging out traffic because of all of the other intersections that we've got. I'd almost say avoid Route 8, but in order to avoid Route 8, that means that you got to go down the village streets. And frankly, the people, unless you live there, get out of my neighborhood. You're not from around here. Going through, hey, slow down when you're here. There's kids playing, man. Drive like your kids live here. And we're like that. We're radical in that part of the neighborhood. Route 4 into the downtown Agutnia area. Once you get past 4 and 10, expect some delays at some of the intersections through there. And looking at traffic getting into the downtown Agutnia area. What is it? Is everybody trying to get to work today? Is that what it is?
Yeah.
All right, so we got a little bit of intersection traffic in the downtown Agutnia area, and then Big Navy and Sumai also running kind of ugly here this morning. 7:43. There's your right now traffic on the point.
Leah Dunca from Security Title here with a little information about trusts. A trust is a legal entity capable of owning property. It can protect property from issues such as lawsuits or divorce and can be used to distribute property and avoid probate. Many trusts start as revocable but become irrevocable when the initial trustees die. Work with your estate planning attorney to see if a trust is a good fit for your family property. Call the professionals at Security Title. We are here to help.
Michelob Ultra presents the GSPN Imas Met Good Competition. Guam's strongest man and strongest woman will be determined Saturday, September 11th at the Paseo Ground. Come watch our island's strongest compete in the Triple J Truck Pull, the Paradise Fitness Clean and Jerk, CTD and Pacific Tire Tire Flip, the IT&E Wheelbarrow Course, the Guam Army National Guard's Warrior Walk, and the Isla Imports Mini Truck Lift. There'll be a beer garden and food truck, so leave your chow and drinks at home. Who will be Guam's strongest man and strongest woman? Find out Saturday, September 11th. And we're not just talking about breath or fafa smell either. Ray Gibson Show, 93.3 The Point, and a note here from Tom. He says, nothing going on Batulo. It's just ugly traffic right now. Just a lot of cars. Okay, thanks. Appreciate that. Guam Auto Spot has the best selection in Buicks, GMCs, Mitsubishis, and used cars. The 2021 Mitsubishi Mirage is starting at just $127 a paycheck. Zero down, guys. You want details? Call 478-AUTO. Take a test drive or get yourself pre-approved online at GuamAutospot.com. Ray Gibson Show, and man, a lot going on here this morning. Lots going on. Ugly traffic, so have a good time listening to the broadcast while you might be stuck in traffic. And don't worry, we'll always come up with something that is interesting for you. 7:44, and wait a second, it got my attention when we were talking about that story about the solar farm and the guys. Maybe the DPW comes out yesterday and says we're going to put a stop order on that. Just a little bit of time with Simon Sanchez to talk about that, but in further analysis, now they're worried that it could affect the LEAC charge and could line them up.
Yeah, because they factor it into your future planning.
Right.
So if it's not there, it's going to affect the bottom line. It's
and then
they're saying that either federal penalties or in the increased LEAC charges to customers.
Wow. Well, with details on that, we've actually got Simon Sanchez from the Consolidated Commission on Utilities. Good morning, Si. How you doing?
Good. Can I paraphrase Troy? Hello, good morning to my favorite running talk show host with a beard, whose sister has always good advice, even though you don't take it.
Wait. You can't get lecturing with me. First of all, as an old rock and roll DJ, Simon Sanchez, your thoughts on the death of Charlie Watts, the drummer for the Rolling Stones?
Oh, sad news. Oh, boy, I mean, that band's been around forever, and I noticed they were going to go back on tour, but they had said Charlie might not join them, and they had this backup drummer, and then, boy, this was like a month ago. I mean, the fact that they're even thinking of going back out on tour, they're all in their 80s, and yet now Charlie is gone, and what a great drummer, and he was the low key to the two leads that were just the up key, right? I mean, he was just a back drummer, just playing that drum and setting that beat, and boy, it's a sad news, he was always, he was always remarkably the oldest of the Rolling Stones, even in the 1960s. Yep. Amen.
I mean, you take a look at the old Rolling Stone pictures from the 1960s, like Mick Jagger, Keith Richards, all the guys, and then there's a fella that looks like their older brother, and as was the case, he was the oldest, and we're of course Keith Richards is going to outlive all of us.
Yep, yeah, and Mick's still running around. I mean, he's better shape than all of us. Absolutely.
Well, whatever they're doing, we ought to do. 7:47, and getting back to the issue at hand, we're all of us shocked and amazed at the damage that has been done. We're still worried about mitigation and reclamation of the Marbo Caves area to make sure that it can be returned to as pristine a state as possible, and a number of other steps that have been taken past that, including now a stop order from DPW. We only talked about that briefly yesterday, but I guess with a couple more days on it, with a few more hours on it, a little bit more by way of what the penalties could be on ratepayers of GPA if they don't finish that project.
Yeah, I mean, I don't necessarily call it a penalty on the ratepayer, but the impact is,
well, if I got to pay more, it's my penalty too.
We're trying to reduce our use of oil and its erratic and high pricing and move to solar. And utility solar farms are the fastest way to lower power bills. And when you look around the world, that's what utilities are investing in first. Rooftop solar will go at its own pace. Maybe it'll accelerate, maybe it'll slow down. Every market is different. But utility scale solar, the utilities have control over. We do public-private partnerships with experienced professional companies that know how to do this. But in this one case, two otherwise good companies made a mistake, and it happens, right? You see auto recalls, you see this recall and that. KEPCO and Samsung have to take responsibility and clean up their mess, and they have to mitigate, which is what they promised to do when they got the construction permits. And my classmate Vince Ariola is doing his job, saying, hey, you're violating the permits. And the point that John Beneventi and Miguel Bradallo, experienced professionals who have built lots of things on Guam, have said, you can fix and mitigate, fix the things that they should have fixed first. I think they were, my personal opinion, they were in a hurry to get the panels up, because the sooner they can sell energy to us, the sooner they can get a return on their $200 million investment, and the sooner you and I can save some money, and all of us can save some money on the LEAC, because we're not burning oil. We're using solar energy at a fixed price, 8 to 9 cents a kilowatt hour. The LEAC is 17 cents. So every kilowatt we get from that utility scale solar is half the price, and we're not burning the fuel with the environmental challenges. So it's we're doing the right things for lowering the price. Unfortunately, our partner screwed up. And they're going to be there for 25 years. They know that the only way they're going to get their money back is to sell us power. But they got to be a good neighbor, and they've got to clean up what was messed up. They've got to mitigate, as they promised to do in their construction permit. and then they've got to maintain that facility for 25 years and make sure they're a good neighbor and make sure it doesn't happen again. So John and Miguel were just talking last night about you can continue to construct the facility, and they're going to have to at least continue to put in the mitigation. So I didn't read the stop order. I got it last night late, but there was a question about exactly what Mr. Arreola has limited them to in the stop order. We're hoping that at least he's allowing them to continue to put the mitigation in, to finish all the things they said they were going to do in the first place.
Mm-hmm.
And that needs to continue so that the project can continue, because the benefits to the community it's $50,000 a day in saved fuel the minute they start turning on solar energy and providing us that. It's about $49 million in avoided LEAC costs in the first 3 to 4 years. I mean, and there's exactly what you said. That's the savings to us, and or to the penalty that we get imposed upon us if that solar farm isn't allowed to be completed. And so we hope that they will take their responsibility, and the only way they're going to get money back is to sell us energy. So they have an incentive to finish the project. But, and the only way they're going to pay for their fines and the lawsuits is from the income of that solar farm in their own pockets. So they have a huge incentive to finish it and do it right and be a good neighbor in the process and restore and mitigate any future activities. And when, listening to Miguel and John from an engineering point of view, they've built a lot of things, and all of that is possible. You can fix what you didn't do right, and you can complete the project and sell us energy. And we just wanted to get that out to the community. And I think John B. will reach back to Mr. Arreola just to let him know, hey, this is what's at stake. But Mr. Arreola,
is there other pressure that we can put on that doesn't necessarily jeopardize these federal penalties that might be at play and end up costing you and I more when it comes to paying my electric bill?
The penalties are going to come from the feds, and some very good lawyers are involved. But that's going to all come out of Samsung and KEPCO. And then I'm sure, when you hire a contractor, your contractor makes certain commitments to you. So I'm sure this is between Samsung and KEPCO. There's a little gamesmanship, I'm sure, going on, saying, no, you pay that amount and I'll pay this amount, right? That's between them. But the ratepayers of Guam don't pay that. And their only way to get money back is to finish that project. Yeah. And, we don't think, for them to walk away from a $200 million investment, that's a big decision, and they have a reputation. They are an international provider of energy in South Korea, in the Middle East, throughout the world. So they don't want their other customers or other projects they're bidding on going, wait a minute, you screwed up in Guam?
Correct.
Right? And so our hope is that they will do all the right things that they should have done in the first place. And they're ready to sell us power December 1. And that's why the panels are up. They need to finish the other stuff. But the savings for ratepayers is significant, that's the whole reason we're adding more utility scale solar. There's another 60 megs already been awarded that's going to go out and done. There's another 40 megs we're waiting just to resolve the protest. And all of those rates are like 8, 9, 10 cents a kilowatt hour. And the last two projects have batteries with them. So, we're going in the right direction with replacing oil, and it's erratic high pricing, getting to fixed price energy. And Mona's got it right. That fixed price energy is better than having the LEAC go down to 8 cents and go up to 17 cents and 13 and 15. We want to get as much fixed price energy as we can. And I was doing the numbers in my head, but I think the average LEAC for the last 20 years was about 13 cents a kilowatt hour. And now we're getting solar bids at 8, 9, 10 cents a kilowatt hour.
I'm ready for the same. You're preaching to the choir here when you start talking about that. And then we start talking about oil. It's gone back down. 67, 64 is where that's at today. And oddly, TAPIS, Singapore oil, is now trading at 66.85 for a barrel of all that. So we've got some good news on the horizons. Did you guys with the utilities get together and decide what the vaccination is going to be? The vaccination mandate.
Yes, and a very long deliberation, a lot of good feedback back and forth, in a very close vote, 3-2. The commission removed the word mandatory, and it instructed management to develop a vaccination and testing policy. And we really left it for them, because at the end of the day, the two managers and the team at GP and GWA, we already at 80% vaccination for those that have chosen to be vaccinated. Mm-hmm. We've had no customer hits. We had some early employee hits, But it's basically been mitigated, and now you have even more people vaccinated. And there was a lot of sensitivity to the fact, and I use the example, if Simon works for John or Simon works for Miguel, and he just says, no, 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 what's the end game? But they both responded, I believe, correctly, and that the government of Guam has a personnel policy that allows an employee to, if he's asked to do something and disputes it, he can take it to civil service. And the rules are well established, right? And John B. talked about, he wants to do this on a case-by-case basis because, as we're learning, one size ain't fitting all. There are people that like it.
Clearly.
80% want to get vaccinated and 20% don't, and that's the way of the world. People don't always agree on what they want for themselves, and that's fine. So John wants the flexibility to tailor it to Simon or Ray or whomever for their reasons for not wanting to be tested or not wanting to be vaccinated. And so we left it with them. It was a 3-2 vote. Commissioner Santos was concerned about deleting the word mandatory. Commissioner Limtiaco was concerned about having a policy at all, that it's worked so far without a formal policy, just ride with it. And then Commissioner Martinez, myself, and Chairman Duenas voted to adopt a policy that gives management the authority to develop a policy. We deleted the word mandatory.
Mm-hmm.
So now, that doesn't mean Miguel and John can't put the word back in on their own, but we, at our policy level, we did not require that it be mandatory. We just required them to do their job as managers and develop a testing and vaccination policy for their employees.
Did you put a schedule on that? Did you say, okay, we'll do this by the end of the week, or do it by the end of the year?
I think their goal is October 1 to have it in place, because they want to develop it. Then they have to send it to employees and show it to them, and then so I believe it's October 1. And there's nothing stopping the CCU from, when the policy is developed, if we don't like it, if we change our mind, we can go and change it. But for now, we gave it to the professionals that have successfully managed the process so far with its disagreements and points of view, and they've done a really good job. But they make some good points about, if you catch COVID and you're part of the maintenance crew and your partner gets it, and now we're understaffed in that area, or we can't run the generators because three folks go down, that's a concern. Having said that, it hasn't happened so far. Knock on wood. 80% of the employees have been vaccinated by their own choosing. And one of the employees was there last night who has chosen so far not to get vaccinated. He came up and thanked us that we at least gave the flexibility to management. We did not put in CCU policy the word mandatory. And I think there was a lot of back and forth about this is a very difficult situation. We're writing our own rule book as we go. There are individuals that, for whatever reasons, choose not to be vaccinated, and you have to think about and respect that decision of that individual, while still thinking about protecting the coworkers, protecting the customers that come to facilities, and being, and ultimately we're responsible to the ratepayers. And I think ratepayers.
Wow, I wish the legislature thought along the same lines as the CCU.
Well,
I'm sorry. I'm fishing. Just wanted to see if you've got any thoughts on the machinations and the movements over at the legislature. Some interesting things that are happening and not happening with regard to the legislature exerting any authority as the second branch of government. I know you've got an opinion, Si. You got a minute and a half to tell me.
Well, all I know is whatever you decide, you're not going to please everybody. You got to do what you think is right and make the call, as you are doing for your company.
Mm-hmm.
Our companies are not requiring it. Phil Flores says our companies have not mandated it. And yet, I know at the laundry, everybody's vaccinated, but that was their choice, right?
Yeah.
We didn't force them. So people will find their way, and some people will choose not to be vaccinated. But to me, they need to live in the community, and we need to recognize that freedom's not free, even though we like to believe it is. And a lot of people have fought and sacrificed greatly for the ability for you and I to have a conversation. And, what really pleased me last night was it was a close vote, deliberative, 3-2, but no one was mad at the end. We all respected each other's opinions and said, okay, that's how you see it. Let's try it and roll it out. Every day gives you a chance to change your mind. What's the word? Revision? What's the phrase that was created when the executive order was changed? No, that wasn't the word. That was your word. But I forgot the word. Refinement, right? You can always refine a decision. So we're going to take it a day at a time in this evolving story that we're all in, and we're trusting John and Miguel and their team to do the same good job that they've been doing, and yet recognizing that individuals have their own.
Well, it's the employees need to be counted in this as well. Si, I'm going to let you run. I appreciate your time. We'll talk again soon. Hug and a kiss to Auntie Lou. All right.
All right. Hug to your sister. I always listen to my sisters because, as you know, Ray, we've never been in charge. The ladies run.
Hugs right back.
They just let us think we are. It's 8 o'clock time for Fox News on the Point. See ya.
Afghanistan passed the August 31st deadline, but he says
completion by August 31st depends upon the Taliban continuing to cooperate and allow access to the airport for those who were transporting out, and no disruptions to our operations.
The president saying the longer U.S. troops remain in Afghanistan, the more at risk they are, adding a group called ISIS-K, which he says is an enemy of the Taliban, is looking to target the airport. The White House putting the pressure on private businesses now that the FDA has given full approval for the Pfizer COVID vaccine.
You have the power to protect your communities and help end the pandemic through vaccination requirements.
COVID response coordinator Jeff Zients, federal agencies are still considering the full approval of the Moderna and Johnson & Johnson shots. Many companies and local governments have already put vaccine mandates in place. The president also congratulating House Democrats on the procedural vote to move forward with a multi-trillion-dollar spending plan.
A straight party line vote advanced a $3.5 trillion budget framework the Democrats will use to put together a reconciliation package, expanding spending on education, healthcare, and climate initiatives
that will stand for generations alongside the New Deal and the Great Society.
House Speaker Nancy Pelosi negotiated an agreement with a group of moderate Democrats who demanded a vote on the Senate-approved bipartisan infrastructure bill. That vote will now happen in the House next month. Republicans oppose the spending, and GOP leader Kevin McCarthy is critical of this vote during evacuation efforts in Afghanistan.
Fox's Jared Halpern on Capitol Hill. Wall Street, the Dow plus 30 points, the NASDAQ up 77, topping 15,000 for the first time. The S&P gained 6 points. America is listening to Fox News.
Half a day, this is Honey. Here at APL, our expertise and extensive network can help you grow your business and reach out to more global markets. As a responsible carrier, APL is also committed to a sustainable future, whether it's protecting the environment or investing our efforts in giving back to the community. Our dedicated teams in Guam, Saipan, and on U.S. mainland are here to support you. Call 588-4651 or visit apl.com.
Mezcla, read all about it. Check out Mezcla Chamorro Fusion Bistro in Tuman for lunch. Serving up some savory seafood specials such as spicy garlic shrimp, candied salmon, or better yet, the local favorite, snapper or shrimp escabeche. Available only during lunch hours. Make sure to come down and try these tasty specials and more. Call 969-2652 for more info or to make a reservation. Located at the Grand Plaza Hotel in Tuman, Mezcla Chamorro Fusion Bistro. A true taste of Guam.
Just weeks after it was announced he would not participate in the latest tour, legendary Rolling Stones drummer Charlie Watts has died.
His London publicist, Bernard Doherty, said in a statement that Watts, the longtime Stones drummer, passed away peacefully in a London hospital surrounded by his family. Watts is considered one of the greatest rock drummers of all time. He met the band in a London club and provided the right beat to the searching guitar riffs of Keith Richards. Together, their sound propelled the band's rock mix with R&B that became the Stones' signature. But Watts was also flexible. As the band's sound changed in the 80s, so did his drumming. Watts was inducted into the Hall of Fame with the band in 1989. Michelle Polino, Fox News.
Charlie Watts was 80. Attorneys for former reality star Josh Duggar are seeking to have child porn charges against him dismissed, claiming prosecutors failed to preserve evidence that could have cleared Duggar and that the two acting secretaries of the U.S. Department of Homeland Security at the time of the Duggar investigation weren't properly appointed. Duggar, who appeared in TLC's 19 Kids and Counting, was indicted in April on 2 counts of downloading and possessing child pornography. He's pled not guilty. A high-end treadmill that had been recalled has been fixed.
Peloton is back to selling the $2,500 Tread. It was recalled in May because its touchscreen could detach and fall. The touchscreen has been more carefully secured to the treadmill, and it has a safety key and tread lock. It requires a 4-digit safety pin to operate the machine. The $4,500 Tread Plus is still not being sold. It was also recalled in May after reports it could pull a child under the device. Ginny Cosola, Fox News.
The International Television Academy has rescinded the Emmy given to former New York Governor Andrew Cuomo for his COVID briefings. I'm Lisa Lacera. This is Fox News.
For all your back-to-school needs, contact Express Financial. Express Financial is consumer lending at its very best. They also have a host of dealer service programs with quick approvals. There are 3 ways to apply: over the phone at 637-9834 or visit their office in person at 600 Harmon Loop Road across the street from Cost You Less. You can also visit their webpage and apply at myexpressfinancial.com. In most cases, you'll get your money the same day.
A message from KFC's Colonel Sanders.
I spent months searching the world over for the very best Nashville hot chicken recipe. Then I found it in the last place I ever expected, Nashville. KFC's new Nashville hot chicken with a legendary blend of spicy and smoky flavor.
KFC's Nashville Hot is back on Guam for a limited time. Get yours today. It's finger-licking good.
Here at Guam Auto Spot, we have the best selection in Buick, GMC, Mitsubishi, and used cars, like the 2021 Mitsubishi Mirage, as low as $127 per paycheck, 0 down. Or this 2021 Buick Encore, as low as $237 per paycheck, 0 down for 72 months. Call 478-AUTO to schedule a test drive or get pre-approved online at GuamAutospot.com.
Your local news is brought to you by Nambo Insurance. Skip the line, pay online. It's fast, it's easy, and it's secure. Visit Nambo.com for more information.
Half a day, it's 8:06. I'm Monisova Tyron with a look at your local news on the point. Another day of triple digits reported out of the Joint Information Center with 126 new positive cases out of 1,214 people tested for COVID-19. Our total case count now is at 9,612. With 806 people in active isolation. The CAR score this morning is at 18.2. Meanwhile, the Joint Information Center also reports 27 people in the hospital. That's an increase in the hospitalization rate. 13 at GMH, 12 at GRMC, and 2 at the Naval Hospital. 6 people said to be in intensive care, with 1 person on a ventilator. Now, the report also points out that of the hospitalized, there are 19 that are not vaccinated. 2 aren't known. Meanwhile, the Department of Education also working with public health and identifying close contacts of those individuals who've tested positive at their schools. They had 4 students that tested positive and 2 employees at 2 different elementary schools test positive. The students are from Estumbo Elementary, Weddingale Elementary, FBLG Middle School, and Benavente Middle School. And the employees tested positive at Estumbo Elementary School and CL Taitano. Another employee was confirmed just yesterday at Price Elementary School. Again, they are all working with public health on the contact tracing, and all the schools have been cleaned and sanitized and are open as usual today. Meanwhile, the vaccination clinics are continuing at the Micronesia Mall. There are long lines there. It runs from 11 to 6 p.m. And then at the Southern Public Health, that clinic will run from 9 until noon. A COVID testing site also continues every day at the Teeds and Carnival grounds. And according to the Guam Daily Post, there's also a plan to open up another vaccination site to ease some of the congestion over at the Micronesia Mall. This one's planned at the Premier Outlets, at Guam Premier Outlets in Tamuning. The site's still being assessed by the National Guard, and no opening date has been given just yet, but the plan is to place it at the old Forever 21 location. We'll have more news right after this.
Go green, go solar, and save big with Nambo Insurance. When you power up your home with solar panels, Nambo Insurance will pay up to $350 toward your power bill. With Nambo, you can enjoy great savings while going green and helping to save Guam's environment. At Nambo, it pays to go green.
Issued by the federal EPA after some damage was recorded at the Marbo Caves and possibly to the Northern Aquifer. The local AG has also filed suit against the developers. Meanwhile, a 67-year-old man faces federal charges after he admitted to selling lanyards that claim to kill viruses. The man was indicted in the district court yesterday, or on Monday. He's scheduled to plead guilty, according to the Guam Daily Post. He's going to do that today. To distribution of sale of unregistered pesticides, conspiracy to distribute an unregistered pesticide, and false statement to government agency. Faces a maximum of 6 years in a federal prison and possibly deportation, according to his plea deal. And those are your top stories here on The Point. Here's Ray with your weather.
So it didn't work? There's mine on the screen right now.
Yeah, I don't think they work.
Lanyard.
What's the lanyard?
I don't have COVID-19.
Yeah, look
it
at
must
you,
work.
man.
It must have worked.
You're glowing, man.
That you know of. I'm glowing because it's actual radioactivity here. You know, I was up at the transmitter site the other day, and get kind of a glow from the RF out there. But yeah, that's the deal. And it was my friend Rowena that sent me this. Early into the pandemic. This is an old picture on my phone. Yeah.
Too, right?
Yeah. And she the people were going around to her saying, "Do you want to buy this?" There was the guy it was like this pyramid thing. At least in some cases, because there were a lot of people that were out there saying, "Oh, look what I got! You want to buy one?" And so this is what that product actually looked like. And apparently, it doesn't work. And the guy's might possibly go to jail as a result of trying to sell them here. Darn.
Might actually be deported.
Can I have the leftover inventory? I'll sell it. Hey, mom, sir.
I'm going to deport you, dude.
You'll trade it for something.
What do we got? Partly sunny today with scattered showers and isolated thunderstorms. I got the easterly winds, 10 to 15 miles an hour. Highs today should be about 86 degrees. Mostly cloudy, scattered showers, and isolated thunderstorms. How about some more east winds up to about 15 miles an hour? Lows 77, highs 85. Heat index today 94 is what they're talking about with a 20% chance of rain. I saw all of the stars as I was leaving the house early this morning, indicating not a whole lot by way of clouds up in the sky. I hope it's a nice day because I sure could use some sun in the thing. Sunset tonight is going to be at 6:36. Hashtag tell the others. That's the drill here. 8:12 in the morning. News and weather together on The Point.
Did you know that indoor air can be up to 5 times more polluted than outdoor air? Meet the world's smartest all-in-one air purification system, Aura Air. Suitable for all businesses with patented filters that disinfect the air from bacteria, viruses, mold, odors, and more. It also provides real-time monitoring for indoor and outdoor air quality, all at the convenience of a user-friendly mobile app. Get your Aura Air today by calling 688-2677. Docomo Pacific Business. Work better together.
Looking for a seamless medical trip to Manila? St. Luke's Medical Center's Pacific Islands Medical Referral Package offers a convenient end-to-end medical travel service to St. Luke's Global City. With the package, they also provide assistance in the processing of your air travel requirements, airport to hospital transportation, and hospital room upgrades, all for free. To learn more, call Phil MD at 671-637-5433 or visit their office in Tamuning across the Baltej at St. Luke's. We love life.
8:13 in the morning. Let me get this up on the screen before I get to anything else. Apparently, this works. There's a guy. His name is Leo Boyat. And he's got one of these shirts. Monty, you said we can get this shirt from over at Romeo Miranda's place, right?
Absolutely. You give Romeo anything, he'll put it on a shirt for you.
Romeo is incredible, and apparently there are people that have gone to Romeo to get their Vax card emblazoned upon their shirt.
That's real, dude.
Well, now I don't know that Bayat and I are Facebook friends, but I did get a link to a story where he's apparently tried to use this shirt.
And it worked.
And I think it's working.
Yeah.
He's gone to a bunch of places and was able to actually go inside and show this. So the question that I have is if Mr. Boyat, can I get one of your shirts?
Yeah.
Well, you're going to have to modify the ID because the ID has his picture.
It does. It looks like a Guam driver's license on there, identifying him as the guy whose name is emblazoned on the underneath. Is that where we're all going to be headed now? Is if you are one of the clean and vaccinated and sanitized people with modified genetics, that's the shirt that you're going to wear, and that's going to be your passport to get you anywhere you want to. They were talking about QR codes a little bit earlier.
Oh, yeah.
But maybe this might be the way. Look, if it keeps Romeo Miranda busy so that he can buy more guns and go pew-pew with us, then the answer on this one is absolutely yes.
Right.
Go and get your Vax card if you've got one, and have him put it on a shirt that you can wear with pride. Wherever you feel like you have to have your vaccination verified. It's 8:15 in the morning. Portions of the program brought to you by the guys over at American President Lines, APL, a global presence with a local home. And now it says I got to tell you something about Olive Garden. Absolutely love the idea of telling you all about Olive Garden because they've got so much going on. All kinds of different focaccia opportunities for you that they have there. Shrimp focaccia sandwich combo. They got a vegetable focaccia sandwich combo and a vegetable focaccia and another vegetable focaccia sandwich combo. And your mileage may vary depending on what you buy there. The new and fresh lunch-size favorites crafted by local Olive Garden teams are now available and just here on Guam. You can't get this anywhere else. Shrimp focaccia sandwich combo, $13.99. Your choice of unlimited homemade soup or the famous house salad, or better yet, upgrade to soup and salad for $4.99. 989-0008. Make your lunch reservations today at Olive Garden.
News to fill your mind. Talk to get it out. The Ray Gibson Show.
Okay, you guys, I'm going to be asking religious stuff. So those of you that know my religious history, and especially my recent religious history, just shut up. When nobody's asking, don't help. Don't jump in there and go, but Ray, come on, Ray. When was the last time you were at confession? Really? Oh, and while I have a second, because Mona reminded me earlier, not that I needed the reminder, but it's the coffee wife's birthday. Happy 25th birthday.
Yes, happy birthday
to Ms. Caldwell. Happy
birthday.
Congratulations to you. And make her happy. Go to Infusion. Buy lots of coffee. It's the big thing. Just go and get the big thing of coffee. 8:16 in the morning, 888-825-5888-TA. Okay. Now, having said that, I'm going to flirt with my Department of Public Health and Secret Services wife. That would be Chanel. Good morning, Chanel. How you doing?
Hey, good morning, Ray. I'm great. How are you?
Then now both of these lunks in here heard me say wife. I'm sorry. I'm just what? No, it's true. We've talked about this before. Of all of the girls that I talked to on the radio, you are the only one that both Mona and Shell said, yeah, she can come by the house.
Well, I love both your sisters, so.
I'm glad that you said so. Now, I'm going to ask some public health questions, and I'm going to begin with one that I think might be, for me, the perfect workaround. I don't need to get vaccinated, so you can hold on to your shots here. But I still want to be able to go and eat at some of my favorite restaurants and walk into some of my favorite bars. So what I'd like to do is to find out what the process is for me to get exempted, a religious exemption from having to get vaccinated.
Well, what is your religious exemption exactly?
I'm with the Church of the Poison Mind.
Okay.
You might remember that from an old Boy George and the Culture Club song from the 1980s. As it turns out, it's an actual thing. But what difference does that make? I should be able to say, yeah. Okay, I'm a Catholic. If you really must know, if it makes it better for the yayas that are listening, I'm a Roman Catholic.
Okay. Well, you can submit a request, and it is in our guidance memo. You can submit a request to public health at dphss.guam.gov. We review each request, and if it's approved, then we will send you an approval letter. Mm-hmm. And I think, the Catholic Church or whatever church or religion that you want to claim an exemption from, will be the one to issue some sort of formal letter or some kind of letter on your behalf to give you that letter or exemption to submit to public health to give you that exemption.
Right. So I gotta go find somebody from the archdiocese, and they will then say, oh yeah, right. we know Ray. He sits right up in front of church and sings louder than anybody else.
not those exact words, but something to that effect.
But it is going. It does need to be verified. I mean, so does it say? You know, will somebody be counting the number of times I've been to mass, or as was probably the case, you know, what my average donation is when it comes time when the thing comes around, and say yes, Ray Gibson is a Roman Catholic and is right for this exemption.
You know, I haven't seen an exemption letter before, but you know, my understanding is there has to be some kind of verification from your church, or you know, your pastor or something to that effect. But the submission has to be verified or certified or something like that from somebody on your behalf. Or you know, and in some instances it may not have to be. I'm not sure what kind of religious exemption somebody may claim for themselves.
Well, there's medical exemptions as well. So I mean, how would I get a medical exemption?
I mean, send a request. You know, you never know. I mean, there may
I'm going to give you a hard time, but there's no set procedure here. So, can I just apply at DPHSS and say, okay, Ray Gibson applied for a religious exemption. He's a Roman Catholic, and yeah, that falls under the separation of church and state or whatever. And so here's my card. And then do I have to test every week? Will it have to be renewed every week? You know, people are going to be looking for the exemptions. We still want to live life, you know, with the 27th floor of the Tubaki Tower with all the other clean people, and so we are going to be looking for exemptions if they're available.
Yeah, no, if it's a religious exemption and if it's approved, I'm not sure if there is another layer where you'll have to do a testing every week. I think the testing component is if you opt. And this is for employees, if they opt not to get vaccinated, then they would have to do the testing on a weekly basis.
Okay, can you find out and get back to me what the procedure is going to be? Because I'm really interested in doing this, and I know a lot of people that you know, for whatever reason are looking for some kind of bureaucratic and allowed cover. The idea that I can attest that I've gotten my first shot in order to get into Moses or venue doesn't. I don't know. It runs up against my moral compass. I know that I haven't. I don't want to say that I have, and I don't want to get Moses or venue or whoever in trouble because I'm in there under false pretenses, and I don't want to make myself exposed to any kind of trouble from public health.
Right, and everybody and their mom knows that you're not vaccinated, so
I'm that good. I'm that good. I've managed to get the word out. But there are a lot of people who have legitimate concerns medically and have been advised by their doctors not to get those medical exemptions, so not to get the vaccination. So is there a process for them? Do they need to have something like a referral or prescription document from a certified medical doctor on Guam that says they are exempt, don't bother them anymore?
Yeah, so if they can just get that letter or a doctor's note, and they can submit that to same email address, publichealth@dphss.guam.gov, and then we review it, and then we give them that medical exemption as well.
Okay,
same process.
8:23 in the morning. Now, my understanding, and you know, if this is outside your lane, just beep and I'll wave off here. But my understanding from the earlier conversations that I've had with people like Mary Rhodes and of course printed statements from Dr. Han Ewan from the Physicians Advisory Group indicates that steps that were taken on Friday and the executive order as it came out kind of surprised them. And so I'm kind of curious, it was the Physicians Advisory Group and the Guam Hotel and Restaurant Association, et cetera, are they all on the same page with the governor on the recent executive orders as well?
Yeah, I actually don't have, I was not involved in that process, so I'm not familiar with it. But, you know, the only thing I can probably
Can you leak me information offline?
Yeah, I have no idea. I'm not involved in that process. But, you know, the only thing I want to add is that, you know, that there are many players involved in this. It's not just, you know, Dr. Wynn or Mary Rhodes or just the governor. You know, there are many physicians and doctors involved in the Physicians Advisory Group. And I imagine that with GHRA, it's not just Mary Rhodes. There are several hotels in the Guam Hotel and Restaurant Association, as you know. So, I don't think it's just these figureheads that would be involved in the process, as with the governor's office. So, I mean, that's just my 2 cents.
Yeah.
But again, I wasn't involved in that process. So I don't want to comment on any of that.
You've got my personal WhatsApp, right?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
I do.
Just if somewhere to fall in there, I could keep a secret. I won't say it came from you. Are you hearing anything? Mona and I were talking a little bit earlier about Plan B in the Department of Education and concerns being exhibited in real time. That there are a lot of folks in the school systems that are coming down. We just got word in the private sector. I think they've got another 8 or 9 kids that are now reporting positive COVID-19 tests. Are you hearing anything from over on the public health side about the possibility of shifting in the next couple of days, or maybe as early as Monday, going back to online learning?
I have not actually, and in fact, Public Health has been doing site visits and walkthroughs, and we did that in the last couple of days. We're continuing to do that. I'm not sure if we're doing that today, but I know yesterday and on Monday we did site visits and walkthroughs. I was actually part of it as well. So, and we want to continue doing this because, as you know, school just started. And we issued the guidance memo for the schools to follow COVID-19 protocols. But, of course, because this is a new school year and now we're doing almost 100% face-to-face classroom, we want to observe, and so we can improve the process. And ultimately, this is for the health and safety of all the school children. So
yeah, well, and the psychological safety. I mean, you've got little kids. You understand, what's at stake, and now the possibility of a third school year where the learning process is stunted. We're going to come up with the dumbest generation ever if we don't get these kids back into real time, face to face learning safely.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And in fact, in my personal experience, I've found that face to face learning is actually more beneficial than virtual learning. So I prefer having my kids in school, in class, physically. So, we're during our site visit, we found, room for improvement, but we also found a lot of areas where we were very impressed with how they were doing their protocol measures. So we're continuing to do the site visits in the next weeks, I would say.
Real Joe's asking on behalf of a listener. I think it's bad for him, but he says he's asking on behalf of a listener. Should breastfeeding women, breastfeeding mothers, take the vax?
That's a great question, one I'm probably not qualified to answer. However, what I would say is that based on what I've heard, other more qualified subject matter experts state is that breastfeeding mothers have taken the vaccine. But I would also, follow up by saying that I would do more research, probably talk to your physician. And if you have even more questions, also call 311 option 1 or our nurse triage hotline if you want to get further guidance.
I don't know. The 311 has been hit or miss for a lot of people. I'm still getting a lot of complaints from folks dialing the number and not getting anything.
Yes, I do understand. But if I were breastfeeding and I had not yet received the vaccine, I would get the vaccine. I would get it if I were pregnant, and I would get it if I were breastfeeding.
You're not being paid to say that, right? I mean, that's not like on the list. It's just, yes, vaccine for everything. You want to shine your car? Vaccinate. Get all that stuff taken care of. 8:28 in the morning. And another serious question from a listener about what about those who have antibodies or high T cell counts? Now, I'm not sure what the T cell count refers to. This is a written message to me. But what about people that have antibodies? They've already had COVID-19. Is there a place with them in between the vaxxed and unvaxxed world?
Yes, that's another great question. So, if you've had COVID-19 in the past, there is a level of immunity that you can have or that you do have. But that obviously, I mean, of course, it only lasts for a certain amount of time. And so
the same unknown, apparently, as the vaccines.
Right, and that's why they're now talking about giving booster shots next month, right? So with COVID-19, the guidance that we typically give is that the immunity lasts for anywhere up to about 90 days. And so for exemptions for that, we also give that same guidance. So, if you want to get an exemption for a previous COVID-19 positive case, they can actually submit a request if they wanted to. And we can, and it would probably be up to 90 days, but of course, submit that request. And then, after 90 days, we would, of course, encourage them to try to get the vaccine.
Some kind of a booster. Will there be a way of tracking that? And there's another question that comes up. I'm wondering, of all of the positive tests that we're having these days, how many of them are not just unvaccinated or unvaccinated? How many of them are using the COVID-19 app? We're not hearing a whole lot about the app. Every once in a while, there's an executive order where the governor says that its use is suggested, but we're not hearing a whole lot about it. I know a friend that got COVID-19, and he had the app, but never got a code from anybody that might have had the app. And I don't know that he was ever received an activation code for it either.
So we are still actually issuing COVID-19 positive diagnosis codes. And when we were doing the Binax now at the testing sites,
right.
We actually had nearly 100% success rate in issuing codes. There were just some cases where we couldn't issue a code because they were minors.
Yeah.
Or
because that's the fast one. My understanding is that it's taking longer time to get the test results now from the tests.
Actually, we're pretty good about giving test results within 24 hours. There may be some issues where we contact or try to contact them and they don't answer their cell phone or their phones, and we get a few complaints where they call us back or they call us 311 and they say, I haven't received my results, and those are probably the cases where we tried or attempted to call them and it was unsuccessful, but we resolved those immediately. So we've had very few complaints about that, but we're very good about contacting them within 24 hours.
For those of you that are interested, it just seems to me with a faster spread that we've got with this variant, it might be something I don't need it, but I mean, if for those of you that would feel more comfortable knowing that maybe if you were close to somebody and they came down with it, you'd get some kind of alert so that you could get tested and take care of yourself. Go ahead and download that and put it on your phone.
Yeah.
I had mentioned on the air that there's a rumor floating around, and I've gotten confirmation from John Fernandez. Listen carefully, those of you in education or have children in the Department of Education. I received this chatter in the WhatsApp. We've been informed that we may go all online in 48 hours for all students. I've sent a copy of that to John Fernandez, the superintendent of the Department of Education, and he says we have no plans for that currently. So if you're one of those people that might be floating this thing around, that is not the word coming from John Fernandez at the Department of Education. So at this point, we'll put that down to fake news. Getting back to the folks that have had COVID-19, and there's about 9,612 positive tests here on Guam. Those don't add to our herd immunity?
I would probably defer that question to our epidemiologist and our CMO. Those are great questions, but
I know they're great. I'm good at this. Just because I wasn't on TV like you, I'm good at this job. I just, people kind of curious because, and then there's the other question, and I'm just going to hammer you with this one, even though I know that the answer is deep inside somebody's head, a data loop, is we've got 107,509 people that are, quote, fully immunized because they have been vaccinated, and we tried to get to, 96,015 or 36 in order to achieve, quote, herd immunity at 80% of the adult population here on Guam. Guam, and that threshold has been passed. Is there a new threshold that the island is going for? Is the governor trying to get 100% fully immunized population here on Guam? Is at some point we get to say, all right, we're finished? And have they told you what that point is?
Well, I think this is a very fluid situation, right? And so every time we're faced with a new potential threat or a new threat, like the Delta variant wasn't here before, when we were reaching for Operation Liberate Guam, and then we were faced with a new threat. So every time there's some kind of new situation that we're faced with, the goalpost moves, and so we have to adapt to what's in front of us, and so I think that's what the governor is trying to achieve in terms of what the reality is. The hospitalization rate is rising, the positivity rate is changing, and that's probably
so never. So never. We'll always be in a public health emergency because there's always going to be something else.
I can't say that. I don't know. But
oh my God, Fauci's got to retire. Fauci's got to retire. Singapore, Chanel. Tell them to start. Just saying. Just if it comes from me, they're not going to do it. But maybe if it comes from inside, then maybe somebody will pay attention to it and just go, hey, you know what they're doing in Singapore? Let's target. Let's go look at Florida and Texas and places like that and see what they're doing there that seems to be working, because what we've been up to doesn't seem to be. But that's just me giving you a hard time because we're pals.
I just want to add that in Florida, they have the highest death rates tied to COVID-19, higher than their last surge. So, I mean...
Well, at least one guy is alive in Florida. It's Dr. George Macris, who says maybe we ought to take a deeper look at some of those numbers. You're only reading about that in the mainstream media, not in places where you can get truth. But that's just me. Like I said, I give you a hard time. I always give you a hard time because I always end with what's the latest and greatest. I understand that JB is Jay's. What's the name of the store? JB.
John B's.
John B's. John B's is you guys are working with Royce Chocolates and have a confirmed positive string on Royce Chocolates coming to Guam.
Yes, we do. On a regular basis, we have all sorts of flavors and variety of Royce chocolates. So come check it out.
They've got prawns. They've got prawns there, and I've seen pictures of it. They're bigger than my arm.
Yes, they are. They are, and you've got long arms.
No, well, I've got these. They're long, but they're kind of girly. So, but I mean, they're big. So that's the point. And if you'd like somebody that might be able to prepare it for you, I'm sure that Chanel will be able to find somebody for you. Hey, listen, I got to let you go. Mana's waiting for her turn.
Okay.
All right. Talk to you pretty soon. Send pictures. All right. That's Janella Carrera from the Department of Public Health and Social Services. Stand by now. We're going to have our last look at news and headlines with Mana Silva Tyrant coming up next.
Chili's is pairing up premium entrees with 2-in-1 entree selections starting at $19.99. Indulge in mouth-watering combos like the sirloin and ribs combo, the ribeye and jalapeno sausage combo, or the savory sirloin and ancho salmon combo. All served with delicious mashed potatoes. Dine in today and enjoy the best of both worlds flavor experience with Chili's 2-in-1 entree selections. Available for a limited time. Chili's on the second floor of the Tumont Sands Plaza. Chili's, savor the moment.
At GTA, we continuously develop digital solutions to build resilience for island businesses in need of agility, speed, and stability. Whether you're a home office or large corporation, we have professional services tailored by our GTA Enterprise experts to evolve your business digital transformation. Let the strength and reliability of our network power your business for years to come, and call us today at 671-644-1000. GTA, we start with you.
888-825-5888-TALK. That's a telephone number around here, but fairly busy. Movers, shakers, headline makers, and one of the questions I was going to ask Chanel was, you want to get that? what's going on with vaccination clinics? Now we know that there's one at the Micronesia Mall. That place has been cranking, and it's funny because somebody sent me pictures the other day, Monday morning, of the Micronesia Mall about 10:50 as people were waiting for them to open their doors. So everybody could charge. There's two big things going on, and so you got folks that are going out to get the PEBT cards, and the people that were showing up for their vaccinations. And if you want to talk about your super spreader events, because everybody, there's 100 people all around the very front door of the Micronesia Mall waiting for the guy, right? The door kuya over at the mall to open the door.
I gotta high five everybody walking in.
Everybody, that's right. Hey, welcome to my party. Anyway, so watch out for all of that. But my understanding is they're hoping to reduce the pressure over at the Micronesia Mall by opening another location at what is it, Forever 21.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, over at GPO. They're doing it at
the vacated
Forever 21.
Forever 21.
The vacated. Could have done it at Chuck E. Cheese, which is also empty, but maybe we need a little bit more extra floor space in there. And so we'll talk with Captain Vax about that next.
Yeah.
Right on. Anyway, Montecito Tyrant at 20 away from the top of the hour. How was the phone call okay? Did the house burning down? Did dog escape?
Yeah, people forget what I do.
Was it Fran's and your mom's dogs are out?
I thought I'd be out of here by now because I'm supposed to be off 9 minutes ago.
With the 8:30 news, here's Montecito Tyrant. Hava?
Well, another day of triple digits. The Joint Information Center reporting 126 new cases of confirmed COVID-19. That puts us with a CAR score of 18.2. That's after 1,214 people were tested for COVID-19. They also report that there's a jump in number of people admitted to the hospital, 27 now at GMH, GRMC, and at the Naval Hospital. Only 6, though, in intensive care. Meanwhile, the Department of Education also confirms 4 positive cases of students and a couple of employees tested positive. All of the schools have been cleaned and sanitized, and schools are opened as normal today. They also say that closing schools is their last resort, and they are looking at their Plan B, but no, according to the Guam Daily Post, there's been no report on what those the Plan B is going to entail. Again, all of the schools will remain open. A 67-year-old man faces charges after he admitted to selling lanyards that claim to kill viruses. The man was indicted in the district court and is scheduled to plead guilty to charges that are filed against him. He faces a maximum of 6 years in federal prison as well as deportation, according to his plea deal. And those are your headlines right here on The Point.
All right, so I've got this now from a friend of mine. Says new data on COVID-19 transmission. This Johns Hopkins Bloomberg School of Public Health says new data shows that vaccinated people can carry high viral loads of SARS-CoV-2 vaccines still prevent the worst outcomes from COVID-19. So here's what they're saying. You get vaccinated, you can carry way more COVID-19 or whatever the latest spike variant is going to be. A double helix variant.
Yeah, viral load.
The Lulian Guerrero variant of it. You can actually carry more of that stuff. It won't necessarily get sick from it, or as sick from it, but you will carry more of it so that you will have a chance to infect the unvaccinated. Are you reading this? I'll tell you what, maybe it's a good idea that they segregate the vaccinated from the unvaccinated so the unvaccinated don't get sick from hanging out with vaccinated people with all this spike variant in their nostrils. We'll get that confirmed with some doctors. And a buddy of mine listening to the broadcast only heard, never mind everything else that you heard in the last hour. Get this one guy says, "Whoa, Royce Chocolates, where's that?" Right? Oh my God. Okay, NCS Road, John B is the place that you're looking for. That's where Janella and her hot sister hang out when they're not doing public health stuff. Is my understanding. You gotta meet their dad. Well, you got to meet the dad. That's the Royce Kuya there. There's a Kuya for everything, right? You get I got accounting Kuya, I have security Kuya, I got air conditioning Kuya, I got my car Kuya, I got my computer Kuya, and over at John B, there's the Royce Chocolate Kuya. Make friends with him. It's 8:43. I'll be right back.
Technology is the great connector. It puts songs in your pocket, connects long-lost friends, and has made the world easier, faster, and smarter. And now, First Hawaiian Bank's new mobile app can help you do the same with your money. Whether you want real-time financial tracking with MoneyMap or tailored advice on your personal finances with daily insights, we're giving you the power to connect to your finances from anywhere like never before. First Hawaiian Bank. It all starts with yes. Equal housing lender, member FDIC.
Leah Dunca from Security Title here with a little information about trusts. A trust is a legal entity capable of owning property. It can protect property from issues such as lawsuits or divorce and can be used to distribute property and avoid probate. Many trusts start as revocable but become irrevocable when the initial trustees die. Work with your estate planning attorney to see if a trust is a good fit for your family property. Call the professionals at Security Title. We are here to help.
KKKK, 844. I'm supposed to do this thing for Biology, right? Now, I could look at the script and talk about community fundraising activities. I could talk about, the great deal they've got, 2 liters of Pepsi when you dine in and purchase more than 2 pies. Personally, I could get 2 pies, and all for me from Biology. They're exactly the right size. And I'd maybe do one where I'm a little bit more vegan, kind of vegetarian, and gluten free on one, and then the other one, all meat. I want everything. Give me the one where the dough has meat in it, and then I want the sauce that's got meat in it, and then with the cheese with the meaty flavor on it, and just all of that. Make one that's a little bit more sweet, and then maybe one that's like 100% savory. And you can have that. You can have my Pepsi because I know they sell beer at Biology as well. So all of those guys. Tell you what, you know who's going to be crowding up Biology soon? It's going to be the guys from the Guard and Reserve that are going to be vaccinating people over at GPO. That's where they're going to be taking their lunches, so make sure that you get in there along with them and thank them very much for their service. In fact, why don't you go ahead and buy their pizza while you're at it the next time you are at Biology. It's 8:45. I'll be right back. See at 8:45. Hi, my name's Ray. Wait. Can I introduce when we did the thing over at EPAL Beach on Saturday? I was meeting up with Adonis and his crew, and they were talking about getting ready for protesting. And they had this thing because I don't know. There's some people that feel like everybody has to know everybody, so they went around. There's like 25, 30 people there, and they went around. Okay, everybody introduce yourself, and it's like, yeah, Real Joe again, yes. Yes. So-and-so, morning, so-and-so. And I'm me. And I'm special that way. So when they said, okay, what's your name? I got up and I said, Taurus. And my name is Ray. From the beautiful village of Mongmongtotumaiti.
Here we go.
Yeah.
Long walks on the beach, candlelit dinners.
Exactly. Pina coladas. Getting caught in the rain. Come on. Actually, just show with the bow tie, and that's all. That's all we need. Anyways, 8:46 in the morning, 888-8255, 888-TALK. Do I have who's on the phone?
Captain Vaccine.
Captain Vax. But there's others on the line, right?
There are. Uncle Paps.
Uncle Paps is online
as
well. Jim's been waiting a while, but Captain Vaccine, we actually set up this call, so let me just go ahead and grab him and see what see about getting maybe you vaccinated. I'm not anti-vaccine. I don't feel like I need to take it. I'm not traveling. I'm okay not going to certain restaurants and bars. I've got my speakeasies I can hang out with.
Yeah, you're a tourist, man.
Can I tell you how much money I've saved? Captain Vax, do you know how much money I've saved since the governor's latest executive order took effect?
Hello, my name is Mark. I'm from Manilao.
No. You got to zodiac sign. Zodiac sign first. Come on, get with it. Taurus, and my name is Ray from the beautiful village of Mongmongtotumaiti. Okay, you try it.
You're so good at this. I don't know if I can hang. I just don't like pina coladas. Okay, maybe water with Metamucil.
If you can't handle the pina coladas, and I know a lot of people that can, and now some people might give you a hard time about this because it always has that feel like if I see a guy drinking it, I'm going, okay, where's your capri pants, beta boy, soy boy? But Malibu Pine. Can you
yeah, that's definitely that's a good pinky out drink.
Exactly,
but it is delicious. I'm not gonna lie.
It's one of those things. Frankly, I think Malibu Pines will keep COVID-19 away. If that doesn't work for you, as I said, I'm not anti-vaccine. It's not for me, and for whatever reasons I choose. But if you want to get vaccinated, and you're hearing about, like I said, a crush of people lined up to get into the Micronesia Mall and their vaccination center, you're opening up another location.
That's right, Wade. We're working on it right now. It's not all the way open just yet, but we're down there at the old Forever 21, down at GPO. It's a good space. There's a whole bunch of room. It's going to accommodate the crowds a little bit better than what we see happening at the mall, which is starting to get crowded. So we're not quite ready yet. We're working on the air conditioners. I think it's been a minute since they were used, so they're just kind of maintaining them a little bit.
What is it with the guard and air conditioners? First, you guys had to go and rescue. Was it last year, February, March? You had to go and rescue the old people place up in the Chronic Health Center up in Barragata, and now you got to fix the ones over at GPO.
Yeah, maybe we should bring our air guard. I think they're air conditioning experts. They could help us out with that. But I jest. But yeah, just as soon as we get those things working, we're going to have that place open as an alternate. Or as an additional place for people to go get their shot. The mall's crowded, which we're seeing the past couple of days, Ray. The mall has been a little bit crowded. The UOG drive-thru on Saturday is also a little bit crowded. So in support of the governor's EO, people coming out, getting their shot, per the mandate, which is good. We like seeing people in compliance. We don't want these businesses to close.
Hey, freedom! Hey, freedom! You're fighting for my freedom to choose here, bro. So don't tell me how great vaccine mandates, any mandate is. Come on, it scares me to hear people in uniform say things like that because that's not that far away from where are your papers.
Yeah, and that's not a point. That's not an argument that I'm making, Ray. But what I am saying is that as it is right now, right, these are lawful orders that we're following. We don't want businesses to close. We don't want the economy to crash.
Slavery was legal too once. You remember a few years ago, slavery was legal.
Yeah. No, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. And things do evolve. But as it is right now, we have our orders to follow, which is to support public health and the vaccination effort.
Well, this is a slippery slope conversation, Mark. I'm serious. There's a part of me that doesn't want to keep going because it sounds like that's what they were saying when they were putting people in the cattle cars during the Second World War. No, this is for your own safety. It's all right. I'm just doing my job.
Yeah. And the way you started off this whole thing, Ray, is a great way to say it. It's a choice. You don't have to get the vaccine.
Thank you.
We don't judge. We don't discriminate. I have a lot of friends that chose not to get it, and they have their own reasons that I respect. That's a personal choice. But for those of you who do want to come down and get it, we do have this another option opening up soon. You'll see it pushed out in the JIC releases when we do open. I can let you know when it opens.
Let me know. By all means, you know what? I will support you and the men and women of the Guard and Reserve here on Guam. I've always done that. And if there is one bright spot in all of this COVID-19 Wuhan virus clown show, it has been that the Guard and Reserve and many in the military here on Guam have shown their strength, their resolve, their commitment, and the quality of the work that they have done. And I hear that from just about everybody that's involved. So I know that when you do open Forever 21, it will probably last longer than the store. You guys will probably be able to keep that place open longer than the store was open.
Hopefully it's open long enough to help people out that need it, but hopefully it's not open forever. Hey.
You're good. Smooth recovery. That's why you're the captain. Skipper, I'll talk to you pretty soon. 8:52. You have a great day, all right?
Thank you too, Ray. Take care, everybody.
All right, you owe me a beer.
Yes. Will do.
All right, I'm here till about noon. 8:52. Get the air conditioning ticket. Did you hear that?
I love that guy, man.
I know, I love him too. But he starts freaking me out when he starts with, no, everybody needs to, it's the matter of law, and I'm just doing my job. Whoa. Thank you very much, Colonel Klink. Appreciate that. 8:52 in the morning. Jim's on the line. Hey, bud, how you doing?
Well, the young man that was just on there, Mark.
We call him Captain Vaccine.
He needs to, from one officer to another, he needs to read the Constitution, and then he needs to look at the UJMC, and he needs to check out the definition of an unlawful order. And he does not have to accept or carry out unlawful orders. That's what I'm going to say about that. From one officer to another.
Mm-hmm.
There you go.
Okay, I appreciate it. I just got that weird tingly feeling when here comes a man in uniform.
That totally wasn't what I was calling in for because I've been sitting in the green room for 15 minutes here, so that hadn't even been said yet. But See, that kind of language is the direction we're headed, and that scares me to death. Okay. So anyway, so we've got a governor that's a tyrant. She's graduated from wannabe to tyrant.
I don't know. Can I don't know that she's gone full tyrant yet. Can we? I've got one more describer we can put in front of it, and that is petty. I'd like there's full on tyrant, and then before you get to full on tyrant, there's petty tyrant.
Okay, she's a petty tyrant. Okay. All right. I love it when people can talk things out and agree on things. Anyway, all right. So we have a petty tyrant governor. We have an absolutely spineless legislature. What are we going to do, Ray? Which direction? Oh, I mean, we know which direction they're going. Which direction are we going to go? What are we going to do? Because the young lady you just had on there a few minutes ago, look, I don't know whether I've already had or been exposed to COVID, okay? But I've already been to my doctor and had the first of my 2 tests, the actual, antibody blood count tests. And he says that I'm either born immune, or he said I was asymptomatic and I've got, herd immunity. But he says my T cell count is twice what, or my antibody count is twice what the persons who just got vaccinated are normally having. And that was the reason why I asked about the medical exemption. Okay,
I appreciate that. So, but no, you asked a legitimate question, and give me a second to answer it. Your question is where do we go? And so if we got the governor over here at Adelup, and she's made her wishes very, very clear about where she wants to go with executive branch employees, and tried to thumb down the rest of the population that has not become vaccinated, and that blew up in her face. But even her backpedaling on it, I think, has not changed anything with regard to whether or not I'm able to go into a bar or a restaurant or any of the other covered facilities. The answer to your question, what do we do, especially because we seem to have a complicit second branch of government, the answer is defy. The answer is defy. They don't want us getting together in groups of 100 or more vaccinated or unvaccinated people. I'll tell you what, there were over 100 of us on Marine Corps Drive in front of the governor's office yesterday. What, are they going to arrest all of us? Are they, first of all, no violation there at Title IX. I didn't see anybody from public health come by, and maybe that's because they're going, well, we got nothing to be afraid of here. Well, I got a feeling that we will mark yesterday as the smallest of the new protests that have taken place. I got a feeling that there are going to be more and more people that are going to be coming out and carrying signs on Marine Corps Drive. And if you're working over at the legislature, especially if you're one of the 5 people that voted against the override of Bill 11, trust me, there are going to be some people with signs in front of your face and in front of your office, and many of them may even be holding recall petitions. There are people around here that are that ticked off that never mind waiting until there's an election again. Let's do a recall now, especially for some of you that were on the borderline in the last election. Shouldn't take too much to get enough signatures on petitions to get you recalled. So defy, defy, defy.
I'm ready to rock, man. I got my "I will not comply" shirt out this morning, and yeah, okay. So, where can everybody see the schedule for the next protest location and time?
I don't know. Yeah, there's I don't know. They put it up on Facebook a couple of days ago, and I know that somebody's talking about doing one on the 30th next Tuesday, which will feel like a GovGuam walkout. And they're inviting employees from the government of Guam to come and not go to work that day. What the heck? Some of you, especially in the executive branch, have already been told if you don't get vaccinated, despite the years of service that you've given to the government of Guam, despite the job that you are doing for the government of Guam, maybe it's an important job. Guess what? We don't need you anymore because we only want clean, vaccinated people who apparently can carry as much of this stuff, more of the infectious stuff in their nostrils than unvaccinated people. So I don't know. The answer to the question is, when's the next one? I don't know. I am not at the top of an organizing committee. I have not been asked. But I will be there, to participate. If they want my expertise and my advice, I'll be more than happy to sit on a committee. But at this point, I'm taking instructions from a new breed. See what they're up to.
Yeah, I mean, our governor's turned on us. Our legislature has turned away from us. The American Civil Liberties Union, who usually always wants to sue everybody for anything, man, it's been nothing but crickets from those people, okay? So we're going to have to, I've mentioned recall once before, and it might have been really early in the process because you and I had this discussion. I said, once you start down this slope, they're not going to give the power back, okay? It's just like when gas goes to $5 a gallon and then it drops back down to, $4.50. But it's never going to go back down to, $2.99 where it was before. No, it's 3 steps forward and 1 step back is what it is.
Well, you line yourself up with people that are constantly moving forward. If we know that as you say, you're an officer, what is the strategy? What is our overall strategy? And if you think recalling Lou is it, maybe I'm going to agree with you, but I don't think it's going to work. I think it's a waste of time. If you really are bent on recalling somebody, go and find the 5 people over at the legislature that did not stand up for themselves and start talking about recalling those guys immediately.
We should start with the 5 at the legislature because ultimately the governor not only works for us, but the governor answers to them, okay? And if they don't have the spine to stand up and do the right thing, okay, then, and they're going to let the governor just run wild with anything that she wants to do, then, yeah, we actually need to start with them. Sure.
No, that's the place to start. Look, my goal, and people ask me, well, what do you want to do here? I just want to end the public health emergency. I want to end the public health emergency. I think, I've got Fox News playing right now, so we're going to have to get back into the conversation in the next hour, and I'll point out what I think is conflicting information that comes from our very own government. Imagine that. Governor of Guam saying one thing, the people that are running the hospital saying a complete other one. And these are supposed to be folks that are in charge of things. For God's sakes, that's why I'm referring to this as Lou Leon Guerrero's Afghanistan. It's just after 9. Jim, I'll talk to you pretty soon.
All right.
Here comes Fox News on the point.
G7 ally nations agree the legitimacy of any future Taliban-run government depends on the approach they now take to uphold international obligations. Jessica Rosenthal, Fox News.
House Republican leader Kevin McCarthy is outraged by the U.S. policy in Afghanistan.
To allow the Taliban to dictate to America when we depart and that we have to leave Americans there, no American should be held hostage, and no American should be left.
McCarthy says President Biden needs to make sure every American is out and not pick a date. President Biden congratulating House Democrats on moving forward with his $3.5 trillion spending plan.
We're a step closer to truly investing in the American people, positioning our economy for long-term growth, and building an America that outcompetes the rest of the world.
House Speaker Nancy Pelosi worked out an agreement with moderate Democrats who wanted to vote on the smaller bipartisan package in the Senate. That vote is set for next month. Former NFL star and Trump supporter Herschel Walker has filed paperwork to run for Senate in Georgia for the seat currently held by Democrat Raphael Warnock. America is listening to Fox News.
An opportunity to give your business, looking to give your business a chance to succeed. There's a commercial space for rent at the DNA building in Agutya. This is a 10-story building with 24-hour security guards, maintenance, and custodial staff. A fitness center, close proximity to the Superior Court of Guam, Agutya Post Office, and several banks. Call DNA Incorporated for more information. Telephone 477-9053 or 9054 or email dnainc.guam@gmail.com.
Vice President Kamala Harris in Asia trying to assure allies the U.S. is a reliable partner.
Taking a hard line on China, accusing Beijing of, quote, coercion and intimidation in its claims to the South China Sea. China's foreign ministry fired back that the U.S. practices selfish and hegemonic behavior. But the timing of this visit is seen much in the context of events in Afghanistan
and the U.S. pivot towards East Asia. In Singapore Tuesday, the vice president discussed cybersecurity, climate change, and supply chain issues, among other areas.
Fox's Amy Kellogg. Harris's trip to Vietnam was delayed by several hours by what the U.S. Embassy in Hanoi called a recent possible anomalous health incident, a phrase the U.S. government uses to describe so-called Havana syndrome, a reference to a series of mysterious ailments first reported by American diplomats in Cuba in 2016 and 2017. No cause has been determined, but similar unexplained health ailments have been reported by diplomats in other countries. The CDC has added more locations to its list of COVID-19 travel warnings.
Citing increased levels of COVID-19, the Centers for Disease Control has issued its highest level of travel advisory for 6 locations, including the Bahamas. It's now in the level 4 very high category and joins Haiti, Kosovo, Lebanon, Morocco, and St. Martin. To determine advisory levels in the 4-tier warning system, the CDC says level 4 means that there are more than 500 new cases for every 100,000 people in the last 28 days. The CDC says if you have to travel to areas on its advisory list, you should be fully vaccinated. Tanya J. Powers, Fox News.
Florida's Walt Disney World will now require union employees as well as non-union and salaried workers to be fully vaccinated against COVID-19. The deal requires workers show proof of vaccination by October 22nd. I'm Lisa Lazzara. This is Fox News.
At GTA, we continuously develop digital solutions to build resilience for island businesses in need of agility, speed, and stability. Whether you're a home office or large corporation, we have professional services tailored by our GTA enterprise experts to evolve your business digital transformation. Let the strength and reliability of our network power your business for years to come, and call us today at 671-644-1000. GTA, we start with you.
Here at Guam Auto Spot, we have the best selection in Buick, GMC, Mitsubishi, and used cars, like the 2021 Mitsubishi Mirage, as low as $127 per paycheck, 0 down. Or this 2021 Buick Encore, as low as $237 per paycheck, 0 down for 72 months. Call 478-AUTO to schedule a test drive or get pre-approved online. GuamAutospot.com.
GovGuam employees and retirees, it's time to choose your health plan. Choose a network of more than 200 providers, including GRMC, GMH, STA, AMC, IHP, and the FHP Health Center. Choose lower copays at preferred in-network providers. Choose fitness partners, including PFC. Choose a payroll deduction as low as $2.04 biweekly. For yourself and your family, choose Take Care. Open enrollment is September 1st through the 25th. For more information, go to TakeCareAsia.com or call 649-0468. Take Care, our island, your health plan.
You said it so fast, I wasn't sure where I'm supposed to be going. APL, American President Lines, a global presence with a local home. Is that certainly one of the things that I said certainly, yes, like sir. Joanne Brown, right? Did you notice that?
At the end of the day.
That's where I learned that. 6 after 9 o'clock in the morning, and I've just gotten word. I'm very disappointed. We were talking with Daphne Shimizu on the phone a little bit earlier, and the truth is that there was supposed to be a get-together here at the radio station with some folks in the university. Big plans they've got over there.
Oh, yeah.
They want to invite all of the great public programs that have, and Dana was supposed to be in here, but she's apparently been called away to. I don't know.
Wow, Dina.
I know.
Bummer.
Just go to the network. Never mind the rest of the show. Just go to the network. But anyway, we'll be talking with some folks about the university and some programs. While I was gone, I put this up on the screen. I was outside in the other room showing off my shirt.
Of course,
because the Stitch Fix came in yesterday.
Yeah.
Anyway, so that's where I got the shirt, and I want to recommend Stitch Fix for a couple of reasons. Because it's not like there's a lot of really, really great places where guys can shop on Guam.
True.
For clothes.
I agree.
That I can afford. So I use Stitch Fix, and every once a quarter now. I used to do it every other month, but COVID, and I got to keep better track of money apparently. Anyway, so I went to Stitch Fix and said about every 3 months send me a box of clothes, and inside the box was this shirt, and I dig it. You know what else is in there? Green pants.
Oh wow!
Right?
Wow. Just in time.
Do you think I can pull off green pants?
Yes, you can.
I'm going to work on that. Anyway, so on screen, I got this. It's James Woods, who has always been one of my favorite B actors of all time. But now he's really come out on Twitter, et cetera, as a great conservative voice. And this is what he said. It's probably going to get him kicked off. It's probably going to get me kicked off. And if it does, remember we're on YouTube and thepoint.gu. Remember, we're on YouTube and thepoint.gu. I don't trust the bookface censors, period. So if something happens and I'm not here tomorrow, by all means, check YouTube, check thepoint.gu. Anyway, so James Wood says, well, Biden may have screwed the pooch on Afghanistan and the Russian oil pipeline and inflation and the border crisis and rampant crime and gas prices and election fraud. But I'm sure we can trust him on COVID.
Silver linings.
Exactly. You know, you just, it all can't go wrong.
Oh,
so that's why every time I think about it, they run parallel together in my head. You think about this disaster in Afghanistan. And I tried to explain that to a couple of young people that I was with by accident recently. And they're going, yeah, but, you know, it's COVID. It's, you know, you want to get the vaccine. It's the government. I said, this is the same government that screwed Afghanistan so bad. I mean, and going, well, how could they possibly have screwed that up so bad? And I'm going, I don't know. But if you think we could, that they were doing a good job in Afghanistan, then I'm sorry, you got another thing coming. But the same disaster there, I think it's the same disaster with all of the other stuff. I just, my level of trust, and we've talked about this for virtually every institution now, is almost completely gone. You remember Scarface, and the guy's talking about, I've got these two things.
I remember.
But a bullet in my brains. Or was it his brains? I can't remember. But anyway, so, and that's where we are, I think, now amongst ourselves. And I was telling Real Joe, I wanted it to sound like that song on Silent Running, on Dangerous Ground.
Oh.
There's a gun and ammunition just behind the door. Right?
Wow.
So if they come for me, Joe.
Those are heavy words.
Well,
man.
no, you got to take over. You got to take over, Real Joe.
Yeah.
I'll show you how to do it. I'll show you how to do it. All right. As an example, tonight is Wednesday, right?
Wednesday night.
All right, and so over at Applebee's between 5 and 9, they got Frontliners night there, and I love the crowd they're going for here. This sounds, I'm sorry, party crowd, guys. Doctors, nurses, medical staff, firefighters, police, and hospitality. If all you did was police, dude.
Wild.
Epic. My eyes go big just the thought of partying with cops. Have you ever done that? You've done it.
I've done it. Done it.
15% off on regular food items tonight over at Applebee's. Tomorrow's ladies' night. Friday is open mic night. They're doing 80s on Saturday, and you can go in there anytime and get some great specials and combos that are going on for lunch as well from our friends over at Applebee's.
Morning talk that matters. It's the Ray Gibson Show. Call now, 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
Do we do celebrity birthdays today? Besides Mika's? No? Okay. You know when I flirt with her, it freaks out my daughter. Best girlfriend ever. No, it's true. I can talk about this now, right? I can talk about whatever I want to. It's my show. Among our first dates together was I don't know. First of all, I used to carry all my junk in a plastic bag over to her place. You know, it's my wallet, cigarettes, lighter, rolling papers, whatever. And she thought that was, kind of cute. But anyway, so first date, and I can't remember what the circumstances were that led up to it, i.e. I don't have any money or I wasn't prepared for it as usual. But we ended up going to, hold on, close your eyes for just a second and try to remember 7-Elevens. Date ever. For me, I loved it. What do you want to eat? I don't care. Okay, let's go to 7-Eleven. The last time I ever heard the words "I don't care" because it was 7-Eleven. I recommend a hamburger and a cheeseburger, and you'll want to jalapenos on everything. Does everybody remember the 7-Eleven stores that we used to have? Like,
Yes.
God, the food was just incredible. I know it's good now. It is good now. You can go to the 76 Circle K's that we've got, which virtually all of them had a 7-Eleven, and the Shell gas stations, and they're all good. They've all got something. The soup over at the Shell station by Crust, you know what I'm talking about? Anyway, so they've all got good stuff. But I mean, before that, breakthrough in the way we were doing gas station food, the 7-Elevens. That was the way it was. So we went down to the 7-Eleven in Tumon, the little standalone store that they've got there, and ate right in front out there with the strippers and the Micronesians. It was just a beautiful, beautiful time. 9:14 in the morning. Celebrity birthdays today. Tom Skerritt is 88 years old.
Oh, yeah.
That can't be right.
Tom Skerritt, NCIS?
Want to say Viper on Top Gun.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, you're right. Viper.
And wasn't he in Rhinestone Cowboy? No. Oh.
He was in a lot of movies.
What he's been, MASH. He was in MASH.
Okay.
I want to say,
helps.
but that's, I mean, really 88 years old? I got to double check on that. Gene Simmons from Kiss.
Oh, long tongue.
Exactly. 72 years old. Well, you think
that's all I know about him.
Director Tim Burton, 63 years old. Tim Burton, we've had Persian cats in our lives, and every once in a while the hair kind of gets away from us.
Oh, yeah.
Because Persian cat, you need to keep that stuff combed all the time. You let that go away, and then you got to go and get what's called a lion cut, which is where they cut all of the fur off most of the body, except from the neck up.
The mane.
And so we like to refer to that as our Tim Burton cat when it comes out like that. Blair Underwood is 57 years old, and TV chef Rachel Ray is 53 years old.
Oh, yeah.
Did she just strike you as kind of the girl chef next door?
Oh, she's mungy.
Right? Well, yeah, but I mean, it's not like she'd never win a beauty contest or anything like that, right?
Maybe, yeah, maybe not. Yeah.
Moped. Sometimes we don't actually have to say anything to each other. Just a word and a look, and that's all it takes to get the guys laughing. It's Kiss and Makeup Day, Secondhand Wardrobe Day, and this is where I give it a plug to that place above Hava Java and Aganya, which is Michelle Pierce cousin something's her place.
Yeah.
And my daughter loves shopping there as much as she likes going to the Crystal store.
90s
anyway,
clothes,
great secondhand wardrobe that you've got there. Whiskey Sour Day, which is one of my favorite drinks, and Banana Split Day, though I don't know what they're talking about, whether they're talking about the confection or the television show Banana Splits from the late 60s or early 70s. Which was among my favorites when I was growing up. It is also, for those of you looking for something to begin to celebrate, it's 4 months until Christmas. Today's August the 25th. What day is Christmas? December 25th. 4 months from now, it will be Christmas, and we'll still be in a public health emergency. Can you imagine? If things go the way that they're going right now, just ponder this. Ponder this. We're going to have Christmas for the vaxxed and Christmas for the unvaxxed.
2 Christmases.
Yeah.
Yay.
Is it, or will it be? Or will it? A lot can happen in 4 months, guys. A lot happened in the last 4 months. You thought in the last 4 months, honestly, think about this. Go back, what is it, 4 months ago was what, May? Right? Yeah. April? And it felt like we were turning a corner on COVID-19.
Yes.
Felt like we could start thinking about, a future without masks, being able to go wherever you wanted to go and do whatever you wanted to do. Have as much fun with as many people as you wanted to have fun. We're going to return to galas in the at the hotels, and there's going to be, the marathons and half marathons, all this other stuff that we were all kind of hoping out. And now here we are, and it feels, for a lot of people, like it's the first day of the COVID-19 pandemic, not 16 months into it. I don't think I'm overstating that. I personally don't think I'm overstating it. If 4 months ago, if I'd have told you that there was going to be another round of protesting in front of the governor's office, you'd go, what the hell for? Why? But there was. Maybe dozens, 100+ people yesterday, both sides of the street, over at the governor's office, many of them protesting mandatory vaccination. Oh, it's not mandatory vaccination. Read the press release. Troublemaker, we're just restricting the movement of the unvaccinated people. It's called bullying. Exploitation, extortion is the word that the mustache used on his program last week. Extortion. You don't do things the way I want you to do. We're not going to let you have privileges. For me, that life stopped when I was 17, 18 years old. So we have the governed are given permissions and privileges. I don't think it works like that in this kind of republic. Where isn't it it's the consent you lead with the consent of the governed. We are the governed. We give you consent. You have a mandate from us to represent us, guide us. And that's all of us. That's not, just the popular ones, not the ones that are your supporters. It's all of us. You've got to think about all of us when you make these decisions. And I don't know. Maybe the point that I'm going to get to at the end of all of this is if you are representatives with the consent of the governed, I hereby withdraw my consent. I hereby withdraw my consent. You don't represent me. You're not the leader of me, and you're certainly not the boss of me. 888-825-888-TALK is a telephone number. Waiting to hear from a few other representatives. I don't know, were you able to find Frank Bloss Jr.?
I'm still trying, sir.
Work on him, because he and Tony Adda, to heretofore.
Did you say
no? Because the criticism. Did you hear the criticism?
No.
Everybody's going, "Where's Tony?"
Oh, wow.
Where's Tony? We hear from Chris a lot. We hear from Jimmy a lot. We hear from Frank a lot more these days. But where's Stun? Have we heard a lot from Tun? Not really, huh?
It's building the campaign.
There's a bill that has been introduced over at the 36 Guam legislature who will be remarked for their bravery of all time. They will hashtag the bravest bunch ever. To establish policy and provisions to ensure informed consent and to prohibit employers from discriminating against an individual because the individual has not received or declines to receive certain vaccinations, to prohibit retaliation and to provide remedies. Ooh. Oh, what's this? Well, they define things. Informed consent, judicial remedies. A person who is aggrieved by a violation of this act may bring a civil suit in a court of competent jurisdiction to obtain injunctive relief and damages. A court shall award costs and reasonable attorney fees and may reward treble damages to a person who prevails as a plaintiff in a suit authorized under this act. Now, this will be interesting. So that's what they're up to over at the legislature. I'm going to see if they use the words approved when it comes to vaccinations, or is this certain vaccinations? Prohibition, discharge, fail, or refuse to hire or recruit or otherwise discriminate against a qualified individual with respect to employment, compensation, or a term, condition, or privilege of employment to threaten to any of things because the individual has not received or declines to receive for any reason a specified vaccination. Again, scanning down the line, don't see anything with regards to the words approved vaccinations. So it looks like guys over at the legislature getting in front of any of the do-gooders and the Kool-Aid drinkers in the private sector that go, well, it's approved by the FDA. I guess all of my employees need to be vaccinated now or else I could fire them. And make up job openings for everybody else. 888-825-888-TALK. I wanted to get to this. I promised Jim I'd read this in the last hour. Crap, I just distracted myself again. So Real Joe Cruz has been making mockery of Bookface over the last couple of days, and maybe this is why they got him out. Scarrett was also Commissioner Gordon in Christian Bale Batman movies. Okay. Real Joe, when he was allowed to post, was trying to get every post to have the little COVID-19 badge from Facebook on it, right?
I think I irritated them.
All right, but here's what I'm trying to do. I was trying to open up what is referred to in programming language as an infinite loop of COVID-19. So somebody posted the phrase, "I support mandatory vacations." Yes. And it got the COVID-19 information badge
the
on
bubble?
it. It got the bubble. And when they posted that, I support mandatory vaccinations with the COVID-19 bubble on it, that picture got the bubble.
Fire that dude, man.
So I posted a picture of that, of the picture of the two bubbles. Now on my feed there is I support mandatory vacations and what should be 3 bubbles from the COVID-19 bubbles from Facebook on it.
Well done, Ray.
I need you to go to my page. I need you to copy and paste all of that, and let's see if we can get somebody that gets 4. And then once we're done with that, let's see if somebody can copy and paste and get 5. You got nothing else to do today, really? What do you got to do? All right, now can you check on the guests whether they're coming in or not? I mean, I can just keep going on the show. All right, page 1. Guam Daily Post. By the way, there is no PDN today. I don't know if you got word that they sent out a thing earlier that said, due to unforeseen circumstances, an abundance of caution or whatever, there's not going to be a PDN today. So there. Front page of today's Guam Daily Post, 126 COVID-19 cases in one day. Hospitalizations and a risk score surge. Governor of Guam is quoted, "My greatest fear is that we will not be able to provide hospital care for our people. In the last week, we've increased by 175% COVID admissions in the hospital." I think right now we're still under like 27. So, but if it was 13 last week, if it was 12 last week, and now it's 27, it's 175% increase.
Oh, wow.
This is the same person that about 15, 16 years ago when we were telling them that her and the legislature increased the BPT from 4 to 6%. They said it's only 2%. And we said, no, it's 50%. It's that much higher than it was before. Do you see where we're going here with the math? Apparently, she learned that lesson well. And is now prescribing those 175% of an increase in hospital consumption, bed consumption over at the hospital. Lady, I'll look at GMH numbers. I think, what is it, 19 or something like that? Data tells us 90% of our COVID-19 hospital admissions in 2021 are unvaccinated individuals. Are you scared yet? You know what? The answer is yes. A lot of people are scared. They read this kind of crap, and they get in that testing line over at Tiedzen, which has got to be 1,000 cars long, according to some people that have passed by. But so you got the governor saying, my greatest fear is we'll not be able to provide hospital care for our people. At the end of the same article that was written by Oyal Niradikel, hey, the GMHA remains the island's designated COVID-19 hospital. This is a quote now from the people that run the hospital. We will be ready should there be a further hospitalization surge. One of these things is not like the other. Huh? Well, on one hand, you got one person saying, oh, my God, the sky is falling. 175% more people in Guam Memorial Hospital. Oh, my God, oh, my God, oh, my God. And then you've got the people that are actually at the hospital saying, oh, we're okay. Thumbs up, send them all over here. We're the official COVID-19 place, and if there's going to be a surge, we can handle it. So which one do I believe? Do I believe the one that's on top of the ivory tower, or do I believe the one that's actually in the trenches? That doesn't seem to be complaining, isn't calling the radio station asking for blood or any of that stuff. So I don't know. It's just it's in the same. Maybe when the editorial board at the Post gets together, they can write about that. They did write in the thing here today, senators missed the chance to curb governor's emergency powers. Duh. Yeah, no. You know, I like sometimes I read the entire sometimes I read the entire editorial, and sometimes I just skip to the end. I'm skip to the end for you. Will the senators who essentially voted for the governor to continue declaring emergency restrictions unilaterally be able to stand firm that their decision ultimately was the best they could make? You 5. Which 5? Sabina, Clinton, Amanda, Jose, and Mary from the Republican Party. You 5. Will you be able to defend this? And I'm not asking for me. I already know the answer to the question. It's indefensible. I heard some of the logic jumps that you guys were making to try to back up your no vote on this thing. The general election 1 year from now could help gauge whose side the majority of the public agrees with. But that's if the public remembers what happened in 2020 and then in 2021. Are you ready for the problem? The public will remember. The public will. I will remind the public. Real Joe, write it down.
You can count on that.
Give me those 5 names. Write down those 5 names you
Right
can.
away, sir. Writing it down.
Write it down. Because I will remember. I will remind people because I'm pissed about this. You're the second branch of government. And I can't believe some of the ways that you guys worked your logic. So I will remember. And I'm going to call the groups, the protest groups. If you don't know what you're protesting, this is what you're protesting. Don't bother trying to recall Lou. Recall Sabina, Clint, Amanda, Jose, and Mary. Because outside of Mary, I'm pretty sure all the rest of them were like, 9, 10, 15, something like that in the last election. Be easy to get enough signatures to get these guys recalled. But here's the thing. The problem is we will remember. You know what the big problem is? Who's going to replace them?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, crap.
There's a lot of fresh faces out there.
Oh, my God. Who's going to replace them? Where are we going to find? That's the problem is we can vote out all 15 of those rascals if you want to, but where are we going to find the new rascals to vote in? Because as it stands now, I was lined up to go to a couple of fundraisers over at Venue. Number one, they were canceled, and number two, I can't get into Venue anymore.
Yeah,
I can't get because I'm a casino boy. I am casino from the word go. Don't look in my ears. You could grow potatoes in my ears. I'm casino from day one, but I'm here to admit it. So that's the problem, guys. And who's going to? How are you going to get name recognition? I ran into somebody who ran in the last election, and I said, "Are you down for it this time?" And she said, "I'd love to do the job. I just don't see how I will be able to get out there and do campaigning based on what we know now." Based on what we know now and all the restrictions that are out there, apparently the only people that are going to be able to go to fundraisers are unvaccinated people. And some of you already know how much Kool-Aid you've already drank. So that becomes our problem here, guys. It's at 9:30 in the morning. Oh, now the phone's ringing? Yeah. The hell? Just let me just yak, blah, 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 blah. And what did I say? What did I say that got the phone going? Is it Uncle Paps?
Uncle Paps and Adonis.
And get Uncle Paps on the line first. Uncle Paps, buenas day.
Thank you. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah, but here we go, Bob Brzezinski again. He should have cut me off.
Well, I don't want to. Oh, don't make me. Look, he's not going to get his. I'm not going to give Bob a nasty gram because he cut you off. That's his show. He can do whatever he wants to. What did he do? What did he do, Unc?
Mr. Wingus has 8 votes. He's not going to get 10. You got to be. I've been around a long time. You've been around 10. He can't get 10. You got to face the scoreboard.
Correct. He's not going to get 10, but he can get 8, and that's all you need for the resolution. And I don't understand why they haven't done it yet.
Votes. There's a statute right now that says 8 votes can void her last executive order on this pandemic if they don't like it.
Yes.
So go that route. Now, when I don't like it, he tries to cut me down. He goes, "Have you been listening to Toe Tales? Have you been listening to all that?" Like he's cutting me down. Then he cuts me off again. And, it's like he's stubborn, like it's got to be the Bob and Ray resolution.
He's 100 years old. Of course he's stubborn.
If you got 8 votes and there's a law that says 8 votes can void it, then go that route. Now, it's ridiculous to say the governor can turn around and do the same thing. No statute is written that way, where the statute is meaningless.
The question, Uncle Paps, the question that I had for you is let me see now. If they'd have done this the other day, there were 13 people over at the legislature. Would a majority of the people that were there count towards a majority? So if there were only 13 people there, a majority would be 7. So could the resolution have passed with those 7s?
Well, you need 2/3 to override.
No, I'm talking about the resolution. We already know that you needed 10 for an override.
If it's to pass something, all you need is 7. If 2/3 are there, yes, you only count those that are present and voting, but not an override. Override's a different story.
Okay, understood. So what that tells me is that if Chris and Jimmy and Frank and Ton, And maybe, let me see, Joanne supported it, Tello supported it, Tilena and the speaker supported it. They've got, number one, they've got their 8, but even if one of them abdicates, they've got 7, and that should be sufficient to pass a resolution that will shut down the public health emergency.
Well, that might be a problem. I don't know what the statute is. The statute says a majority, then you need 7. But if the statute says 8, then you need 8.
I don't know what the standing rules are right now on resolutions versus bills versus overrides.
What the standing rules say. But you're right. If it's a majority, all you needed was 7, and he had those votes.
Okay.
So I think he should go that route.
Were you just complaining about Bob Klitsky to Patty Arroyo?
Yeah, I was, because of the way he treated me again.
It doesn't. Number one, it doesn't do any good with me. What good do you think it's going to do with Patty? You calling K57 to complain about Bob?
Well, he's going, well, you're listening to Tall Tales like he's acting like I'm not paying attention. And he knows I'm paying attention. I'm just saying, you got this route to take, but he's so stubborn because he wants the Klitsky...
Gibson resolution, yes. He wants Bob and Ray. I want Bob and Ray. It's the easiest poison pill.
But if there's another way to go, and to pass Bob and Ray is going to take time, and there's another way to go, and you can
It won't take time. It's a resolution. Perhaps it's a resolution. All you need is 8 people. He's clearly got 8. Those are the number of people that voted to override the veto. So he's already got 8. Unless the theory is they only did that for show, and we can't count on those same 8 people to support a resolution that does the same thing.
But if it's a resolution, that's not statute. What is
the statute that's all okay. So my great legal mind that is the mustache says that is bulletproof. The guy's a judge. The guy's a lawyer. The guy was he was once upon a time the counsel to the legislature. He knows his way around the rules, and he wrote what he believes is bulletproof. But for whatever reason, and I think kabuki rules apply, the legislature has seen fit not to touch it with a 10-foot pole. Tello was upset because we didn't go crawling on our hands and knees to beg her permission to even put her name on it.
But a resolution doesn't have the authority that a statute has. You know, just because it's a resolution.
You fight with Bob on this afternoon. I got to run. I got people in front of me.
He's objective. He wants the Bob and Ray thing.
Yeah, so do I. But they won't even try is the problem. Perhaps I got to let you run. It's what Bob refers to as the learned helplessness. Here's the tool. I don't know how it works. I don't know. They're going to say no. I don't have enough votes. They're going to say no. The governor's going to override this. They're going to shoot it down. Attorney Levin Camacho, blah, 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 blah. You don't know that. You know, it's like all these guys because somebody on Facebook said that this is not unconstitutional and the governor can do whatever they want. Everybody lays down. Wait a second. Hold on. Where's your bolas? Go and grab them and call a lawyer. And they're going to say, well, I don't know if I can win this case. Okay, next. The phone book's got 100 lawyers in it. You keep going until you find somebody else that is willing to take some kind of a chance on this thing, freedom and democracy or whatever you want to call it, and let them fight it. You know, all of these things, you know, wait until it gets to the Supreme Court of the United States of America. Take it all the way that far if your convictions are that strong. But I worry about all these people that have no idea what to do next. It was like Jim calling in. What are we supposed to do? Defy. When you walk into a store, do you have your mask on or do you wait until they make you put your mask on? Hello, I try to get away with that every single time, right? I'm gonna tonight, as an example, I'm going to a restaurant. I won't say where, and because I want to see what they do, whether they kick me out or not, whether they, you know, you want to make a self-attestation? No, I'm not vaccinated and I didn't take my first shot. Can I come in or not? I want to make them kick me out. And somebody's going to say, well, you know, you shouldn't do that because it's just the people that are just doing their jobs. And like I said, that's what the soldiers said when they were pushing the Jews onto the kettle cars. Yeah, I'm sorry, just doing my job, lady. Just doing my job.
Stone him. Just stone him.
9:36 in the morning.
Sorry, Ray.
No, it's okay. Is Adonis there?
He's there.
Hey, Adonis. It's Ray.
What's up?
So I'm sorry I didn't go. You know, I started with you at the thing, and then we were on the road, and then I knew there was going to be more praying and talk at the end of the protest, so I just stayed at my car and drank beer. So
no worry, brother. No worry, brother.
It's not, you know, I love God. I just, you know, that's it's a little heavy on that. So anyway, so when's the next protest? That's all people want to know.
Man, people want to step this up. And for the record, I am a reluctant leader, okay?
Yeah, whatever. I saw you Saturday, and I saw you yesterday. And reluctant is the opposite of what you're doing. But having said that, because don't forget, Bob Klitsky is the most humble person in the room.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, I don't have a stash like him, but like you, I aspire.
Amen.
All right.
So when's the next one?
Right.
That's what people want to know.
Oh, man. Well, I'm telling you, yeah, we're planning it. We're taking a poll right now. So if anybody's not in our chats, please get with us. We posted it in the Guam Against Tyranny group. I want to give a big shout out to our good friends Tim and Jealousy, who helped just to book the appointment, and our hearts and our freedom were worn on our sleeves. Not to mention people brought some wonderful, beautiful children out there who they're fighting for.
That was in evidence. There were a lot of people out there. Yesterday it was a great crowd. Happy to see as many people out there with the signs and the flags. And you're right. There were kids of a variety of ages that were out. Some under 12 who we should not worry about vaccinating one way or the other. And there were more than one or two kids between the ages of about 12 and 17 years old that I know for a fact have been kicked off their teams because they are unvaccinated. I just think that's a crime, and it is for those kids among others that I showed up at the deal, because I think it's ridiculous. You know, come after me, I'll fight you in the streets all day and all night. But man, you're going after the kids. That's criminal, if you ask me. Especially when you got 17-year-old that is trying to be noticed and get some points on her team in competition so that she can get a good spot on a college team. And we're saying no, you can't do that because you're not vaccinated. Kiss my ass. Oh, did I say that on the radio? Out loud in front of everybody? You're going to have to pray for me, Adonis.
I think you said assets. I heard assets.
I think you're right. I think the assets was the word I'm looking for. But anyway, 9:39. I got a couple of people in the studio. So so do me a favor. As soon as you get some word on this, let me know. Advance notice is key. There could have been a lot more people yesterday, but they just hadn't heard about it until the last minute. So let me know so we can get on the radio and talk about it.
Absolutely, brother.
Okay. Talk to you pretty soon. Adonis, 888-825-5888-TA, okay? Quick break. Janae is in the studio from the University of Guam. We may have to do this again because I wanted to get you and Kyle and Dana in the studio and just make it really loud.
Yes. You know, Dana's really sad. She really wanted to come in and talk about shooting. And,
She wanted to see me.
Guns.
Yeah.
Okay, that too.
And no, we're going to talk about cooking.
It's true, though. It's true.
So that's not going to happen. But you are here, and you're going to carry a little bit about, there's an event coming up. And it's not, normally we talk about, one department, agency, group at the university that is doing a thing. But in this case, this kind of an omnibus. This is how people of Guam can find out about all of the programs at the university.
Correct.
All right, we're going to do that right after these.
Mezcla, read all about it. Check out Mezcla Chamorro Fusion Bistro in Tuman for lunch. Serving up some savory seafood specials such as spicy garlic shrimp, candied salmon, or better yet, the local favorite, snapper or shrimp escabeche. Available only during lunch hours. Make sure to come down and try these tasty specials and more. Call 969-2652 for more info or to make a reservation. Located at the Grand Plaza Hotel in Tuman, Mezcla Chamorro Fusion Bistro. A true taste of Guam.
Everyone has a busy schedule these days, and sometimes we forget to schedule our routine dental checkup and cleaning. Don't neglect your dental health. Schedule one today with Dr. Robert Yang and his Smile team, conveniently located at the East-West Business Center on Marine Drive, Upper Tuman. Call us today at 647-8702 or 3. Again, that's 647-8702 or 647-8703. We make smiles happen.
Chili's is pairing up premium entrees with 2-in-1 entree selections starting at $19.99. Indulge in mouth-watering combos like the sirloin and ribs combo, the ribeye and jalapeno sausage combo, or the savory sirloin and ancho salmon combo. All served with delicious mashed potatoes. Dine in today and enjoy the best of both worlds flavor experience with Chili's 2-in-1 entree selections. Available for a limited time. Chili's on the second floor of the Tuman Sands Plaza. Chili's, savor the moment.
Man, I got a note here. This how ridiculous long this idiotic COVID-19 thing has lasted. My friend Sam writes, Bear and I got married right before all the shutdowns in December of 2019, and soon we'll be celebrating our second anniversary on the December the 26th. Are we still going to be in a public health emergency at that time? Isn't there a definition of the word emergency? 942-888-8255, 888-TALK. I was earlier talking about the difficulty that we as voters are going to face. And you might just be sick of some of the people over at the legislature and just going, just useless, you people. Write it down. And maybe those 5 in particular. And you're going, yeah, I'm gonna go find some new people to vote for. But the problem is, how do we get that name recognition? How do we get out there? And now in the studio, my friend Janae Uggan is laughing. She's got a gig over at the university, so I'm going to try to, as much as I possibly can, run a dividing line between some of the things that we're going to talk about for the university. And that statement is, how do we get rid of the useless people if we don't know the useful people that are running? And you've been down that road. You've run for public office.
Yes, I have.
And this is even pre-COVID time. And I'm here to tell you, now I can't speak for the Republican Party as it exists now, but the Republican Party as it existed then, we're talking about 4 years ago, if you weren't in the clique, if you weren't one of the cool girls, you didn't get to speak at any of the get-togethers. You had to just kind of wait until you were called upon and tell you what, the regular Tentago didn't show up. So can you put the folding chairs in the truck and clean up and make sure that the food's put in the 5-gallon?
That's correct. I'm just gonna smile. I'm not going to say much. I'm just going to smile.
No, I'll do it. No, because I was there. I saw it. I talked to people. I understand. And that's the way it was, 4 years ago. And look, they say elections have consequences. But that's the problem that we've got is that there seems to be such an allegiance to these useless people on both sides of the political fence that it's difficult for the new names to be able to get themselves the recognition that you need, the fundraising opportunities that you need, and the support you need from your own parties. As Janae is nodding her head, so you know every word that I say is the absolute truth, and that's something that we've got to find a way to change. So if you're looking for if you got a name and you want to get out there, the smart move might not be to go down the usual pathway as has been done in previous campaigns, because even if the governor doesn't prevent you from being able to go out and have a fundraising over at venue, you might not still get the support you need from the party. So go outside the party, find the fish, not the fishermen. And when Adonis gets me the dates and the times, I'll let you know, political candidate wannabe maybes, where there are going to take place, and who knows, you might get the support you need there. 9:45 in the morning. How about Janae?
Good morning, Ray. How are you?
You know what? It's always a pleasure seeing you. Janae works at the University of Guam, but she also sort of works for me. Her husband Kevin works for me in the front office, runs the place when I'm not around here, and the deal with him was when I hired him, I got his wife too. So
I work here first.
Yeah,
I have a cubicle here.
Yeah, but the truth of the matter is, she works here and basically brings me the stuff from the University of Guam, so. As I said, there's a whole bunch of different organizations, and we've talked about them one by one on the air.
Yes.
And the same way, I want to say that, like, Take Care is doing like a health fair on a weekly basis over at the at the Micronesia Mall. You've got something that's coming out at the mall that's going to be more of an omnibus event, right?
Correct.
Where you can learn about all the different other things that you can do at the university besides going to school.
Correct. So the University of Guam Endowment Foundation, we're the nonprofit hand that assists the university. We're putting together what's called a community connection. So we're connecting the community to programs and organizations over at the University of Guam.
Okay, now give me a for instance, as an example. There's these different groups that are out there, and for me, the university experience was trying to skip class and hanging out at the student center and trying to get people to buy my breakfast. So that, in my mind, should have been its own kind of group. But there are other groups that are a little bit more focused and productive than mine.
Correct. So on Saturday, we're going to be having different groups such as the Blue Key Honor Society, Society of American Military Engineers, the student chapter. There's just so many. Tourism Awareness Group, Triton Athletics.
Right. What was that first one that you were talking about? The
which one? The Blue Key Honor Society?
Honor Society. Real
Yes.
Joe and I have never, we don't even know people that have been in Honor Society,
Oh,
right?
no.
No.
We're not vaccinated.
No. Yeah, the Vaccinated Honor Society. No, don't know any of those people. But, you know, we want to support them as much as we possibly can. But this is more of an outreach for them.
Yes.
To be able to make a connection to members of the community. Number one, looking for support, but just a little awareness is always a good thing.
Correct. A lot of people don't know. So the University of Guam is celebrating their 70th anniversary next year, and the Endowment Foundation is we're celebrating our 40th.
Wow.
And then last year was Marine Lab's 50th, which we couldn't really do much because, you know, the pandemic. But yeah, scoff. But we wanted people to know that we're still here. We're doing great things for the community. You know, we have new programs. So the most recent one we have, it's a new program called the Triton Esports, and it's an esports team.
Yeah.
Yes.
No, that's a big deal.
It's a very big deal.
We're here in the middle of the Pacific. We've got data pipes that are massive that come in and out of Guam. In fact, there was a group out of Australia that said we want to put our servers on Guam so that our competitors from around Asia were playing essentially with the same data time constraints as people in the United States were. Guam was a great equalizing place.
We are. Yes, we are.
And so imagine how much more competitive our players are going to be if the servers that they're playing on are here.
Correct. And, you know, our team, they're a great team. They compete within Asia and the national college universities, their level, because, you know, it is a $2 billion industry. We're dipping our toes into the water, and right now it's great. Our team is awesome. I got to shout out John Wigglesworth. We just had an award ceremony recently.
But what games are they playing? Because, you know, you talk about esports, electronic games. I'm sitting here going, like, Ms. Pac-Man?
No.
Is it
more
Galaga?
More like Tetris. No, just kidding. Tetris. No, it's more like League of Legends, Valorant, Super Smash Brothers. That's a really popular one right now.
Every single one of those names right over my head.
I had to Google those.
Yeah. Right.
I'm more Tetris level here.
Splatoon. You know, I'm just thinking of the games that some of the kids I know are playing all the time.
Yes, and so you know they're really building up. They have a Twitch. They have an Instagram. I had to learn about Twitch. Yeah. They're really doing great things for the university.
Well, Twitch is along the same lines as what we do here with Facebook Live and YouTube Live. You know, it's a way for these players to go and stream their stuff online, and the same way, you know, and there's comments that can go back and forth, and multimedia, and all of those kinds of things. Twitch is, and we could technically broadcast this on Twitch if we wanted to, but I think the gamers would kill us. I think we'd get stopped real fast.
Like, no.
Who's that old guy on the radio?
Who the heck is Mrs. Puff 671?
949. I'm Mrs. Puff 671. Actually, that is a lot of people don't realize that's my gamer handle.
There you go.
But there is another outstanding group, and another another way that students at the university can interact with each other and interact on the world stage. Now, one of the other groups that we talked about this recently was a group of individuals, LGBTQ, ABCYD, and being able to it changes every time I look at it. But that group there that trying to build awareness for themselves, but there are a lot of people, everybody says, well, mom and dad's going to take care of college. Okay, until you tell them that, you're gay. And then they go, oh, maybe not so much. Maybe you shouldn't even be in the house. Well, these people still have aspirations for, education, higher education. And there are places where you can go and provide monies that will turn into scholarships for them, among the other programs that they have at the University of Guam.
There's so many scholarships that we provide to students at the university. There's so many programs that we support. The list is basically endless. I know one of the most important.
Well, that's why you're doing a big get together
I got
tomorrow,
a really
right?
big one. Yeah, we have about maybe 18, almost 20 different organizations and programs. Center for Island Sustainability is going to be there. They're going to be doing a sustainable fashion show. They've been doing a lot.
I love those. The opportunity for wardrobe malfunctions when they're doing sustainable fashion shows. I've got some ideas about masks, if you don't mind.
Sure.
No, I can't.
Maybe after this interview.
I got it from my friend Bill, and he's naughty. So he's speaking to. So I'm just saying, I've got an idea for masks, and those. Now I tell you what, somebody's got to do something about that. I'm being serious now, even though I'm smiling and I'm talking in my not really serious voice. You've got every parking lot on Guam, and virtually everywhere that a car can go, there is a mask laying on the ground. It has become a significant part of our waste stream, and I keep waiting for the twitchers and the bedwetters to go, oh my God, it's a biohazard. but you know, it's never been about science or data or the pandemic. So it's just trash is the thing. I'd like to see people do something with that. So bug the sustainability people. Now the sustainability people, did I not see them a couple of weeks ago at food truck night?
I believe so. No, or the area. Are you talking about their raised garden beds?
No. I know what you're talking about. That's a whole different group, right? That's a whole other different group of people that are, you know,
Still
the community,
within the university.
community garden,
Yes.
right? Which is an interesting concept. No, these guys were out there and they were saying, okay, if you've got a bottle with this diamond shape or the triangle down below, depending on what number it is,
recyclable,
yeah,
yes.
we can take this and shred it and turn it into something else.
Correct.
And so they are selling different things that you can sell, molds that you've got available for that. But I got kind of into the idea because they were using this special shredding device, and I'm looking at that going, oh, I need that. I need that. I'm worried that I'll get my hand stuck in it. But at the same time, I'm looking at it going, the number of beer cans that go through my house, I ought to be able to turn that into a much smaller footprint and then give that to somebody in an almost recyclable form. Take the plastics that I use, cat litter boxes and you know, soda pop things, and be able to put that in there and then turn that into something else,
They've
melt it down,
made,
and turn it into stuff.
Building blocks.
Yes.
So they displayed it last week, Friday, I believe. Center for Island Sustainability. They were displaying their aquaponics, the aquaculture teaching center,
Right.
teaching system that we have. And
That's a great way to grow marijuana, by the way.
I'm just going to smile. I'm just going to smile. No,
It's
but
legal.
It's
We
legal.
can talk about marijuana. Say it. Say it to your name. Marijuana.
Marijuana.
Thank you. There you go. Don't be shy.
I'm not shy. Thanks, Joe. No, but they're taking plastics and they're creating building blocks.
Yeah.
There's so many cool things that the Center of Island Sustainability is doing.
So here's the thing. This,
yeah.
as an example, this plastic container that used to have a whole lot of you know, sanitizer in it. Eventually, I'm going to throw it away. It would be better if they shredded it, melted it down, and there's all kinds of stuff that you can do. This combine it with some of the other deals out there, and then it can become building blocks. It can become something that looks like a piece of wood that you can paint and nail to the side of the house, and it is just as strong, if not stronger than wood. Isn't going to decay over time, and probably termite resistant when in the final analysis. Now, I don't think that we're ever going to be able to take over the world and build together our own home shopping centers where we sell nothing but recycled planks of wood or bricks.
But we're gonna try.
But we can try.
That's right, we're gonna try.
And you know, we'd go start buying the scrap from Saipan and the rest of the CNMI, bring it down to Guam, and we'd be able to turn that into some kind of a profit, and maybe send a few more kids to school to learn what else they can do with it. But that's just me. 9:54 in the morning. So when is the get together?
The Community Connection Outreach is on Saturday, August 28th. It's from 11:30 a.m. to 2:30 p.m. And we're going to be at the center court of the Micronesia Mall.
Hey, that's where I'm getting my PEBTs. Are they going to be out by then?
No, that day they're not going to be doing that because we're going to be doing our outreach.
Right on.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, you booked that in advance.
Yeah, we
that's
booked it
why
way in
there's
advance. So
that's
they're
why
like-
there's a gap in the
That's
schedule.
exactly why, because of us.
Okay, right
We're
on.
keeping it special. We're going to have the Sustainable Fashion Show from Center of Island Sustainability. We're going to be having a dance performance from Triton's Collective. There's just going to be so much going on. Triton Esports is going to be putting together a little, I guess, exhibition. We're going to talking about the games that they play. So if you're interested in that, you can talk to them about that.
Dude, they should do the competition down there. Finals upstairs at the theater.
Theaters. Yes. Oh, you know what? Speaking of that, I just want to wish our board member George Chu happy birthday.
Happy birthday. Well,
From your
you know,
favorite team.
I was supposed to put that in there. Shelley reminded me it was George's birthday as
Yes.
well. Does he keep it clean when you guys are in the meetings? No, George.
I
No, you
know.
don't. No,
I
'cause
do know.
He's one of those
Yeah.
guys. Use
Smile and nod.
Use it like a comma.
Just gonna smile.
Know what I'm saying? I love you, George. 9:50. Does it cost anything to get in there?
No, it's absolutely free.
Will there be anybody trying to get money out of my pocket in other ways?
Always. So we're always going to be there to try to get support for the programs and the organizations at the university. So if you feel like something is calling to you and you want to be part of this program, for example, Triton Athletics or I keep using esports because it just passed. But if you're, interested in supporting Triton Esports, we're going to be there to talk about that. The Endowment Foundation will be there to talk about the G's for Giving campaign, which is going to be coming up very soon.
Yep.
Like I said, our 40th anniversary is coming up next year. So we're excited and we have a lot of things rolling out. And I wanted to do a really quick shout out to Lisa Nicholas, who's
that?
So he's the guy that puts up all these really cool murals around the island. The Few King.
The Few King. Okay,
Yes.
yeah.
So I just wanted to shout him out because we're working with him on a special project, and it's going to be unveiled soon.
So it's will it be of the Lilian Guerrero? Is it going to be a mural with her on it?
No.
Me. What? Come on, can it be me with multiple eyeballs?
We'll add a QR code so when they scan on it, it's going to come up to your photo.
Now, guys, the super talented. I'm trying to remember. He's got the one obviously in front of the legislature. I'm not crazy. I love the art. I just don't think it's the appropriate place for it. But he's got like a dozen other really incredible
Really great ones. The one in
murals that
Agate
he's
is
put up.
beautiful with the big turtle. That one was beautiful.
Dude, did he also do the one, the coconut crab on the side of the building?
Yes, that's him.
It amazed me.
That one looks real. It looks like it's
looks
walking
real. It's super 3D on that. The guy's just unbelievably talented. So yeah, shout out to him and any way that we can get his talents to inspire other talents that we've got here on Guam.
He's a UAG alumni, so we're really proud of him and the work that he's been doing on the island. So yeah, just wanted to shout him out.
In fact, they're doing a big nod to the alumni.
Correct.
Coming up soon.
Very soon.
I know one of the nominees.
Who?
The Coffee Wife.
Okay.
Was and it's her birthday today.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so that's I know that she's been nominated to that program as well,
yes.
Along with other incredible University of Guam alumni.
Correct.
Right. Did you have to graduate? Because I just attended the University of Guam.
I did not graduate
from there.
the Distinguished Alumni Awards?
Yeah.
Yes.
But I was there. I was at the school.
You're pottery?
I was there. I didn't know it wasn't pottery. It was underwater basket weaving. It's a which was a graduate program back in the day that I was doing it. No, I was my job with my friends when it got to be Charter Day. My job was to organize different groups so that we could get money to build huts and to put a cultural face forward, and to buy dope with the money from the University of Guam. We were always successful with that program. It's at 9:59. I wish I had more time with you.
No worries.
All right, so this is going to be this weekend, right?
Yes, this Saturday, 11:30 a.m. to 2:30 p.m. at the Micronesia Mall Center Court. And different organizations and programs you want to learn about registration, financial aid, they will be there to answer your questions.
All right, so you're going to have Dana call me up on Friday, give me a nudge.
Yes, and I think she's going to bring you cream puffs, and I said it on the air, so it's going to happen.
Is she going to be in one of the models in the sustainability beauty contest?
I think she's still on active.
And
she's in the military. She's active.
She's not a military. She's a guard. I know. It's
Dana, he said that, not me.
I'm just saying. I'll talk to the tag and see if I can get you off for a couple hours. It's at 10 o'clock in the morning. Janae, you have an awesome day.
Thank you.
Love you, Mossy. And for everybody else involved in the program, sorry we didn't get to every single phone call this morning. We'll try again tomorrow and see what the crisis is going to be and what the great outrage is going to be, and we'll take it through together. 10 o'clock in the morning. KUSG again, your for Real Joe Cruz and Montesilva Tyron and Jerry Roberts. My name is Ray Gibson, saying thanks so much for listening and being part of the program. Want more Tall Tales with Bob Klitsky, and everybody gets to call in, apparently except Paps. Or at least long enough until Bob gets tired of you. So have a good time with the mustache starting at 4 o'clock this afternoon. KUSG again, 93.3. This is The Point.
Staying the course. I'm Lisa Lacera, Fox News. President Biden says the U.S. is on track to remove all military forces out of Afghanistan by the end of the month. He says any longer stay puts them in danger by an offshoot of ISIS.
Every day we're on the ground is another day we know that ISIS-K is seeking to target the airport and attack both U.S. and allied forces and innocent civilians.
The president says the timeline will remain as long as the Taliban allows continued access to the airport, but not address reports airport access is already being limited. Texas Republican Michael McCall, ranking member of the House Foreign Affairs Committee, slams the White House strategy.
The administration obviously had no plan or strategy. They allowed this fantasy dream that we could negotiate with the Taliban all the way to the end, and now we can't get all of our American citizens out of Afghanistan. It will have long-term consequences to our national security.
McCall says there is no way U.S. forces will be able to get all Americans out by the deadline. The House has passed a measure which bolsters a landmark civil rights era voting law.
The John Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act, named for the late Georgia congressman and civil rights leader, would restore Justice Department oversight of state voting provisions.
We had the one promise of one man, one vote since the birth of this country, and we can't backslide on this progress.
North Carolina Congresswoman Alma Adams and other Democrats warn GOP-led states are making it harder to vote. Top House Judiciary Committee Republican Jim Jordan says it's easier now to vote than ever before.
Fox's Jared Halpern on Capitol Hill. The measure is not likely to win the 60 votes needed to overcome a filibuster in the 50-50 divided Senate. And we're just breaking moments ago, the Supreme Court has rejected the Biden administration's plea to block the reinstatement of a Trump-era Remain in Mexico policy to asylum seekers. America is listening to Fox News.
Get all of your favorite Fox News podcasts ad-free on Apple Podcasts with Fox News Podcasts Plus. From Trey Gowdy, the Fox News Rundown, Will Kane, Brian Kilmeade, and so much more. Go to foxnewspodcasts.com for all the details. The Fox News Rundown. Start your day with a contrast of perspectives you won't hear anywhere else. A daily morning podcast going far beyond the headlines, featuring insight from top newsmakers, reporters, and Fox News contributors. Listen and subscribe now by going to foxnewspodcasts.com. New from the Fox News Podcasts Network, Dana Perino, co-host of The 5 and America's Newsroom on Fox News Channel, returns to the world of audio with a new limited-time podcast, Everything Will Be Okay with Dana Perino. Building off the success of her best-selling book of the same name, Dana provides an unequaled brand of advice built on real-life experience and interviews experts and individuals that make a difference in the lives of others. Subscribe and listen now by going to foxnewspodcasts.com or wherever you get your podcasts.
A statement by the group of 7 leaders is reaffirming the humanitarian commitment to Afghanistan.
The statement by the G7 leaders say they support the UN's coordination of the international humanitarian response to the people of Afghanistan and that they will continue to work with allies and regional countries on the mission. British Prime Minister Boris Johnson says the group agreed their #1 condition for the Taliban was granting safe passage to Afghans who wanted to leave the country before the August 31st deadline. It comes as President Biden says he will not extend that August 31st deadline for completing the U.S.-led evacuation of Americans and Afghan allies, and evacuations have been ramped up to their highest level yet. Tanya J. Powers, Fox News.
Airbnb is offering free housing to 20,000 Afghan refugees globally and is asking for more assistance from hosts who rent property through the company. Airbnb CEO Brian Chesky tweeted, the displacement and resettlement of Afghan refugees in the U.S. and elsewhere is one of the biggest humanitarian crises of our time. The UN Refugee Agency says an estimated 270,000 Afghans had been newly displaced inside the country since January. A state popular with tourists is telling people to not visit.
Almost 1 million people visited Hawaii in July, though numbers that will likely plummet as Hawaii Governor David Ige urges us to stay away from the islands amid a rise in COVID cases and hospitalizations.
I encourage everyone to restrict and curtail travel to Hawaii. Residents and visitors alike, it's not a good time.
Gathering restrictions already in place in Hawaii with the return of lockdowns potentially still on the table. The governor calling the announcement an important step for safety, even if Hawaii sees lower travel revenue. Jeff Manasso, Fox News.
Wall Street, the Dow plus 30, the NASDAQ up 77, the S&P gained 6. I'm Lisa Lacera. This is Fox News.
America's talking to Fox News.
Thousands of Americans and allies remain stuck in Afghanistan after the country fell to Taliban rule. People react to the continuing struggle within the country.
It breaks my heart because there's people there literally dying to get out of the country. Some parts of me is angry. I don't want to think all the bloodshed and the deaths were for no good reason.
I don't think we should be over there. I think we have more to protect here. We have homegrown terrorism that we don't even have under control.
My son was killed in Afghanistan in 2005. What's really upsetting to me, there's an army of over 300 Afghanistan soldiers that left. They didn't even defend their own country.
I'm really sad. I feel bad for the people in Afghanistan that we've left behind, and I think the way we did it was horrible.
I'm speechless, honestly. I think we knew that there was a possibility, but not so quickly. It's sad to see it. It really is.
My family, they work with the American government. If they find them, I don't if they're gonna live, like 5 seconds or 20 minutes.
America's talking to Fox News.